Hi and welcome to this course Build e-commerce website using PHP. My name is Mustafa Alawi. I'm a software developer and entrepreneur with several years of experience. I have taught more than 3,000 students online and offline several courses in web development, software development, and entrepreneurship. And I have worked as a consultant on various projects helping local businesses. In this course, you are going to learn how to create a complete e-commerce store using PHP. And in this course, you are going to learn a lot. This course will not just teach you the back-end side. This course is going to teach you the complete process, how to create a complete e-commerce website from scratch. So first of all, I'm going to teach you how to structure your project. Second, I'm going to teach you how to work on the user interface, how to use HTML and CSS to build a complete user interface like this that's going to look outstanding. And I'm going to also teach you how to incorporate Bootstrap so that you can create the web page like this where it will be divided beautifully into sections. And moreover, you will be taught so many CSS tips and tricks to make the website look outstanding. You will also be taught how to create other pages. You will also be taught how to create the shop page, how to create the account page, how to create the cart page. All these things will be taught in this course. Then I'm going to move on to teach you the back-end side where I'm going to teach you how to use PHP to make the website functional. So the website will be active after we add PHP. So you will be taught how to add products to cart so that users and customers will be able to add products to cart. You will also be taught how to update your cart, how to remove products from the cart, how to let customers check out. So customers will be able to place orders, and moreover, customers will also be able to pay using PayPal. I'm going to teach you how to incorporate PayPal so that you will be able to receive money from your customers. And I'm going to teach you the process from scratch, how to incorporate PayPal into your e-commerce website. I'm going to also teach you how to create an account page and how to create orders page where customers will be able to check their orders and pay for orders that they have placed and did not pay for yet. And moreover, you will be taught how to create other pages such as contact us page and other pages as well. Moreover, you will be taught how to create an admin dashboard to control all your orders and to monitor your business and to control the products. So you will be able to check all of the products that you have. You can update the products, you can create new products, you can update images. You will have control over your system and over your store using a beautiful admin dashboard. And you will also be able to monitor and manage orders. So you will check all of the orders that you got and you can edit them, you can update them, you can delete them, you can do pretty much anything you want from your admin dashboard, which has so powerful features. And I'm going to teach you the process and how to add all of these features and include all of these features into your admin dashboard. In this course, you are going to learn a lot of things. And by the end of this course, you will have gained so many skills and so many skills that will allow you to start building advanced projects. Who is this course for? It's very important to know who is this course for so that you can make the decision whether you should take this course or not. And I'm going to be helping you by providing you with the groups that I think should take this course. The first group is web developers who want to become professional PHP developers. If you want to become a professional PHP developer rather than just a beginner, then this course is for you. Because I can guarantee that after taking this course, your PHP skills will be so advanced and you will be able to start building advanced projects. The second group that I think should take this course is developers who want to become full stack developers. So if you want to become a full stack developer, then this course is for you, because I'm not just going to focus on the front end or the back end. Instead, I'm gonna teach you how to create the e-commerce store from scratch. So you will be taught the front end as well as the back end. You will be taught HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, as well as PHP. So the course will cover everything. So by the end of this course, you will have gained skills in the front end as well as in the back end, so that you will be capable of building advanced projects. What is expected after taking this course? Well, after taking this course, first, you will have robust understanding of how e-commerce websites work. Second, you will have created a complete e-commerce website using PHP. Third, you will surely become a professional full-stack developer. Finally, you will be able to start applying for full-stack developer positions as well as PHP developer positions, because you will be confident having taken and having built a complete e-commerce website using PHP. If you have any questions about this course, let me know and I'll be glad to answer them. You can contact me on my website, commoncode.com. So what tools do you need for this course? Well, for this course you need, first of all, you need a reliable IDE or text editor. And my recommendation is that you install Visual Studio Code, where you can install it from code.visualstudio.com. You can head on over to that link, code.visualstudio.com, and then install it. For Mac, it's gonna say here download for Mac, and you can just click on this and install it as if you are installing any Mac program on your Mac. If you are using Windows, you can select it from here, and it's gonna say here download for Windows by default, or you can click here if it doesn't say that, and you can select your Windows. Here you can select Windows and download the version from here, and you can also install, and you should also install it as if you are installing a program on your Windows. And if you already have a reliable text editor or IDE that you feel comfortable coding with, then you don't need to install Visual Studio Code. But if you don't, I'd recommend using Visual Studio Code. In Laravel.com, you will find the documentation where you can find requirements for installing Laravel. And in order to install and use, you need to have PHP 7.2 or higher. Therefore, I'm going to be installing PHP 7.2. So if you head on over to apachefriends.org, you will be able to install XAMPP, where you can install PHP and the Apache server and also MySQL database. And you can download the XAMPP application depending upon your operating system. So I'm going to click here on click here for other versions and choose your operating system, and I'm gonna choose XAMPP for Mac, and the version is going to be 7.2. So this one, I'm gonna download this one. Click on download, and once it's finished, you can now open the installer, and the process is very simple and straightforward. For all operating systems, you can just click on a few nexts and it will install XAMPP for you. So if you are using Mac, then you can follow along. If you are using another operating system, then the process is very similar and it's self-explanatory. And it might ask you for your PC or Mac password, so you need to type it. And it will open a wizard where you can just click on a few nexts and it will install XAMPP for you. So here, once here it opens this wizard, click on next, and then make sure you check these two and click on next. And then here it says that it will be installed, XAMPP will be installed inside applications/XAMPP folder. Click on next. And you can check or uncheck this if you wish to learn more about XAMPP. And then finally, just click on next and it will start downloading. Finally, once it's finished, you will find that XAMPP has been installed in your applications. So as you can see here, I have XAMPP, and these are all of the files. In order to use PHP version 7, you need to head on over to your terminal and make sure that you are using PHP version 7. So here I'm going to type PHP and then version hyphen version or V, and here it says 7.2. And if it doesn't say here PHP 7.2, then you need to make sure that you add XAMPP to your path. And in order to do so, just open your bash profile, and inside bash profile, make sure to add these two lines at the end of the file. Path equals to slash applications slash XAMPP, all capital letters, and then slash XAMPP files slash bin, and then colon, and then $ path, and then export that path. So these two lines are very important in case your Mac is using PHP version other than 7.2. So make sure you add these two lines in your .bash profile, and then save. Make sure that you save. After that, click on save. And of course, you need to close the terminal and open a new terminal. And make sure that you are now using PHP version 7. So once XAMPP is installed, you will find it among your applications. So if I click on this manager, it will open it for me. And it might ask you for your PC or Mac password. And then go to manage servers. And first of all, you need to run the Apache web server. Click on start and wait until here it says running. And once here it says running, you can start your MySQL database. Click on check it or click on it and then click on start. Once here it says running, you will be able to work with the Apache web server and your MySQL database. And by the way, if it forcefully goes back to stopped, either the Apache web server or the MySQL database, then you might need to restart your PC or your Mac. Once these two are running, go to welcome and then head on over to go to application and click on it. And it will open the localhost. And and here in the localhost, you can check information about your PHP installation and your database as well. So if I go to phpMyAdmin, it will open phpMyAdmin where I can manage my databases and tables and do operations on them. And by the way, whenever you are working, just keep the Apache web server open and running, and also the MySQL database running all the time, because otherwise you won't be able to work with the database and insert data and get data and all of that good stuff. First of all, to download PHP, we are going to download Champ. So click Champ inside Google, and now you have this website, apacheprints.org. Click on it. And now you have all the downloads for all the operating systems available. Click on the one that you are using. I'm using Windows, so I'm gonna click on Windows, and here it says the version of PHP. It's 7.2. Click on it, and it's gonna start downloading. And after it's finished, what you need to do is just click a few nexts, and you are good to go. And this is here a short video that tells you how to do so. It's just a few nexts. It's not difficult at all. I'm going to stop here downloading because I already installed it. So after installation, you should find it here. As you can see, I already have it. So if you click on if you search after installation for Champ, you have the control panel, click on it, and you have this panel. And the one that we are going to use is the Apache, the server, so that we make our computer as a server. You need to click on Start, and the MySQL as well, so that we can use MySQL for Laravel. You need also to click on Start. So in order to add PHP to your environment, first of all, you need to open the environment variables from your Start menu, and then click on Environment Variables. And then scroll in the system variables, and then select Path and open the path. And then here you should find that you have XAMPP PHP. You should have \XAMPP \PHP. If you don't, you need to click on New, and then you need to add it. You need to add C and then colon \XAMPP \PHP. And once you have done that, all you need to do is that you need to click on OK and then OK. This is gonna add PHP to your path, where you will be able to use PHP from any location in your Windows 10. Now, if you open the CMD and type PHP -v, it's gonna work. And here, if you open the terminal in Visual Studio Code and just type PHP -v, it's gonna print out the PHP, and it's gonna here tell you that PHP exists. So this is how you can add PHP to your path in Windows. Now it's time to create our project folder. So in order to create our project folder, I'm going to create it on the desktop because it's easier for me to access. So I want you to create it on the desktop because it's easy for you to access and work with. So I'm going to create a new folder here, and I'm going to name it project. You can name it, of course, whatever you want. I'm just going to name it project. And then I'm going to drag this folder and drop it on Visual Studio Code, and it will be opened in Visual Studio Code. Now, as you can see, the project has been opened in Visual Studio Code. So now the first thing that I'm going to do here is that I'm going to create our project file, the first file. So to create a file, you can click here on this new file icon and then create a file. The first file that I'm going to create, I'm going to name it index.html. And then here, in order to add the basic code of HTML, you can, in Visual Studio Code, you can just type exclamation mark and then hit enter, and this is going to add the basic skeleton of the HTML page here in this index.html. And if you couldn't do this for some reason, you can just type this code. You can type this out and make sure that this code is correct. So this is how we can create the project and the first file. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the structure of the this project folder. So here, the first thing that I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna create a folder here. I'm gonna create a new folder. So I'm gonna create here a folder called, here you can click on this folder icon, and you will be able to create a folder. So I'm gonna create a folder called assets, and then I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to create this folder. And I'm going to select this folder, and then I'm going to create two more folders inside this asset. So the first folder that I'm going to create is called CSS. And then select the assets one more time, and then click again on the icon, on the create new folder icon, and then create a new folder called JS for JavaScript. And then I want you to select the assets folder one more time, and then click on the new icon folder, and I want you to create a new folder called images, IMGS, images, for images. So make sure now that you have three folders: CSS, images, and JavaScript, and all of them must be inside the assets. So this is the structure of our project here in this folder, in the big folder. Now what we need to do is that we need to create a file, the first CSS file in the CSS. So I'm going to select the CSS folder, make sure that you select that, and then click on the new file icon. The new file icon, not the new folder, the new file. And then create a file called style.css. style.css. So now we have this style.css. The next step is that we need to import this style.css here in this index.html. So in the above the closing tag of the head, you need to say link, and then rel is equal to style sheet, and then href. The href is going to be equal to double quotes, and then assets, and then /css, and then /style.css. Again, that's assets, css, style.css, because we are trying to access the style.css, which is inside the css, which is inside the assets. So here, make sure that this is correct. Assets, css, style.css. Now the css file has been imported here in the index, and whenever we have a css code in the style.css, we will be able to use it here in the index.html. So now what we need to do is that we need to import Bootstrap. So you need to head on over to getbootstrap.com and then click on Get Started. And then the first step in order to import Bootstrap is to copy the CSS link. So here we have CSS. Make sure that you are here under the CSS. You will find a link. Click on Copy and then paste it just above the style.css here. You need to paste it here. So this is the first step, is to get the CSS of Bootstrap and paste it above the style.css. The next step is to get the JavaScript part of Bootstrap, which is this link. Make sure that you are under JavaScript and select this link under the bundle. Select this link or click on copy, and then you need to paste that code above the closing tag of the body. You need to paste it here. Paste it here, and now we have imported Bootstrap correctly. Now what we need to do is that we need to import Font Awesome in order to add awesome icons to the website. So in order to import Font Awesome, you need to head on over to Google and then just type Font Awesome CDN. So you need to Google Font Awesome CDN, and then you will find a link here, probably the second link, but make sure that the URL is fontawesome.com. Make sure that it belongs to Font Awesome. And here it says set up Font Awesome with CDN. Click on it. So make sure that you are heading on over to the fontawesome.com. So this CDN must be inside this fontawesome.com. And now you'll find here, if you scroll, you will find here this link. I want you to copy this link. Copy this link. You need to select this link completely and make sure that you select everything. Make sure that you select the complete link, and then copy it, and then after you copy it, just paste it here. You need to paste it below Bootstrap here. You need to paste it here. So this is Font Awesome. Again, this is Font Awesome. Make sure that you paste it here below this Bootstrap and above the style.css. So make sure that everything is correct, and after you are done, just click on File and then Save All. Now what we need to do is that we need to import the navigation bar that I'm going to be using in order to add it to our website and work on it. So in order to get the navigation bar, in order to import the navigation bar, you can head on over to getbootstrap.com and then click on Get Started, and then you will find on the left side here, you will find Components. Click on it, and if you scroll, you will find Nav Bar. And there are so many nav bars here. There are so many nav bars. The nav bar that I'm going to be using is this one. However, I'm going to edit this a lot. But the good news is that this is going to save us some time, because you don't have to create this code. You have this code and you can edit this code and add and modify this navigation bar to suit your design. So I'm going to click here on copy, and then I'm going to paste this navigation bar in the just below the starting body tag here. and this is our navigation bar. Make sure that this here, I'm gonna say here nav bar. So this is the navigation bar. Let me now open my file in the browser. So you can open the file in the browser just by double clicking on index.html, and it will be opened in the default browser. So as you can see, this is the navigation bar. This is how it's gonna look like, and it's responsive as well. So this is how it's gonna look like, but we need to work on it further in order to make it look amazing. So now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna work on the navigation bar. The first thing that I'm gonna do is that here I am going to change many things. First, I'm gonna remove this search bar. I'm gonna remove this search bar, and I'm gonna remove also this. Let me show you what I'm gonna be removing. So I'm gonna remove this one as well, this home, and I'm gonna remove this completely. I'm gonna remove this completely. This one, yes, this one. And then I'm gonna remove also this disabled. So make sure that you are removing, you aren't removing everything. Now let me save and let me refresh. Now if I refresh, I should have only one link. However, I want other links, and in order to add other links, I'm just gonna copy this link, and then I'm gonna paste it many times. I'm gonna paste it once, twice, 3 times, and then I'm gonna change this to home. And here I'm gonna say shop, and here I'm gonna say blog, and then here I'm gonna say contact us. So we have this nav bar, and now if I refresh, I should find 4 buttons. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to be also adding font awesome icons. So I'm going to head on over to font awesome. You can just search in Google. You can just Google font awesome icons, and you will be taken to this page. Here you can search for icons. So I'm going to add 2 icons. So I'm going to add here an icon. So the icon that I'm going to be adding is the shopping. I'm going to say shopping here. Shopping. Let me search for shopping. So we have here so many awesome icons. So you can select one of these icons. Let's, for example, use this icon. We have this, and we have this. And let me select this one, shopping cart. And you need to click on it. And after you click on it, it's going to load this icon. It's going to load. And as you can see here, we have this. You can now click on this code. You can copy this code. You can click on it to be copied. And then in the navigation bar, you need to paste it. However, you need to paste it inside li. So I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna paste it here below. And then instead of contact us, I'm gonna copy the cart one more time, and then I'm gonna remove it, and then I'm gonna place it here instead of this contact. Let me now save. Let me get another icon. So the other icon that I'm gonna be adding is the account. Let me add here. I'm gonna say account. So we have so many icons I'm gonna be using. Let's use this one, user. I'm gonna click on it, and then I'm going to copy the HTML code. As you can see, this is the HTML code. You need to click on it, and then let me go back to the project, and then in the project I'm gonna paste it. But again, we need to surround this with this li. So I'm gonna copy the li, and then I'm gonna paste it here, and then I'm gonna copy the font awesome link, and then I'm gonna paste it here. And now let me test this in the browser. So let me save everything, click on file, and then save all. And let me head on over to the browser. Now in the browser, if I refresh, as you can see, we have two icons. We have this icon and this icon. And of course, we need to work on the design to make this look amazing. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to show you that you can add these two buttons, these two icons in the same LI. So instead of adding each one in a separate nav item, you can add both together. So let me show you what I'm going to do. So you can copy this and then paste it in the same navbar icon, and then in the same navbar item, and then remove this, and now it's going to be displayed like this. So I think this is better because now we have here a much bigger space, but we still need to work on the design. But you can also do this. So you can use the first method or this method. Also, the shopping cart, you can use the shopping cart, or you can use the shopping bag. The shopping bag is going to display a shopping bag. So as you can see, a bag like this. Another thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to make this navigation bar fixed, meaning that if you scroll, I want this navigation bar to remain at the top of the screen always, so that the user will always be able to check this navigation bar and click on any button if they want, even if they scroll. To do this, you can use a Bootstrap class called fixed top. So here, if you say fixed top, this is going to make this navigation bar stick to the top of the screen. Another thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to increase the height of this navigation bar. And there are so many options to do this. The easiest option is to use the PY3. The PY is the margin, is the padding, Y, which is height, and the padding top and bottom. You can increase this all the way to 5. You can say here 5. 5 is going to increase it further, but of course 5 is too large. I'm going to say 3. 3 is enough. I think 3 is enough. So this is for the navigation bar. And another thing that I'm going to do is that instead of displaying nav bar, I'm going to remove this navigation bar. I'm going to remove this nav bar, and instead I'm going to use an image. I'm going to display the icon, the logo of the website. So I'm going to say image and then source, and then the source is going to be equal to double quotes, and then assets / images / and then logo.jpg. However, I don't have an image called logo.jpg. So we need to add in the images here, we need to add a logo to this folder, and I'm going to do that later. But for now, I'm just going to say assets, images, logo.jpg. So the name of the image is going to be jpg. Let me now work on the style a little bit. So I'm going to open up the style here, the style.css, and then I'm going to add the following designs. I'm going to add the general designs. So what are the general designs? The general designs are the things that will be applied to the complete website, such as designs for the headers and designs for titles and things like that. First, I'm going to say here .nav buttons, and then I'm going to add a nav buttons class to this div. I'm going to say here nav buttons, and then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to increase the margin left. I'm going to say margin left. So the margin left is going to be 60%. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to push this nav bar. Let me refresh and show you what's going to happen. I want to push this nav bar to the right side. So this is how it's going to look like. I'm going to be displaying these buttons on the right side. Let me decrease this a little. So instead of 60, I'm going to say 50. 50 is enough, I think. So 50 will display it like this. And you can here, let's say 60, because I think 60 is great. So 60 will be great. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add some designs to the complete page. So for the complete site, I'm going to add the following. First, the margin is going to be 0, the padding is going to be 0, and the box sizing is going to be border box. Next, I'm going to change the body of the website. So the body will have a font family, and I'm going to import that font family right now from Google. So you can head on over to Google, click on first you need to go to fonts.google.com, and then you can select the font that you want. The font that I'm going to be using here is called Poppins. It's called Poppins. I'm going to click on it, and then I'm going to select it. And then in order to import that font, what you need to do is that you need to click on select this style, and then here you will find link and import. I'm going to click on import, and then you need to copy this part, and then you need to paste it back in your project at the top in this style. You need to paste it here. And then here the font family is going to be equal to the Poppins. So I'm going to say here Poppins. Pop. Make sure that the spelling is correct. Poppins, and then comma, and then sans serif. So this is for the font family of the complete page. Next, I'm going to work on the H1. I'm going to change the H1. So I'm going to change the font size and the font weight for H1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and even 6. So I'm going to say font size for H1, the font size is going to be 2.5 rem, whereas the font weight, the font weight is going to be 700. I'm going to also change the H2. So for the H2, I'm going to say font size 1.9 rem, whereas the font weight is going to be 600. And then I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and here, and here. So for H3, I'm going to say here H3. For the H3, the font size is going to be 1.5, and the font weight is going to be 800. For H4, the font size is going to be 1.2, and the font weight is 600. And then for H5, I'm going to change the font size to be 1, and the font weight is going to be 400. And for H6, I'm just going to change the color. I'm going to say color, and then I'm going to change the color to this color. I'm going to be using a color that's close to the white color. I'm going to say D8, D8. So this is for this part. Next, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the this part. I'm going to work on, let me close this, we no longer need this. I'm going to work on the body of our website. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the design of the navigation bar. So for the navigation bar, first I'm going to open up the style.css, and in the style.css, I'm going to first start working on the nav bar. So if you check here the index, you'll find that we have here a class called navbar, which is a bootstrap class. I'm going to be using it to edit the design further. I'm going to say navbar, and the navbar here, I'm going to change the following. First, I'm going to change the font size. So the font size of the navbar, font size, so the font size is going to be 16 pixels. And the padding top, I'm going to add some padding top. The padding top is going to be 2 rem. important, and I'm going to change also the padding bottom. Padding bottom. The padding bottom is going to be also to rem important. And for the top and left will be 0. The top is going to be 0 and the left is also going to be 0. Let me now refresh and there will be more space. Next I'm going to work here on the remember we have here in the nav index, you'll find that we have the nav bar light. And we also have the nav link. So I need to access the nav link because I want to edit these buttons, the design of these buttons. So to access these buttons, we can say here dot nav bar light and then dot nav bar nav and then dot nav link. So for the nav link, which is this nav link for these buttons, the design is going to be like this. First, I'm going to change the padding. I'm going to say padding. The padding top and bottom is going to be 0, whereas the right and left is going to be 20px. And for the color, I'm going to change the color to black color. And the transition point for ease. So what is the transition? The transition is just a 0.4 seconds. So the transition is just an amount of time where the element will pass through that time in order to be displayed completely on the screen. So it's going to take these buttons 0.4 of a second to be completely displayed on the screen. It's not very noticeable, but it adds an effect that will make the website look amazing. You will find that later. You'll find that shortly. Next, I'm gonna work on the hover effect of these buttons. So if I hover over these buttons, I need to display another color. Therefore, I'm gonna say here dot. Let me copy this, and instead of repeating all of this, I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna paste it here, and instead I'm gonna say here comma, and then I'm gonna say dot nav bar I hover. And also for the buttons, I'm gonna say comma, and then I'm gonna say here link, and then dot active, and also here for the nav link itself, I'm gonna say hover. So for the hover, and then comma, and then for the I, and also for the active, and also for the dot nav bar I hover. So this for the hover, for the link, for the links, for these links, and also for these eyes, as well as the active, for the active, and for the here by the way I have this twice. I should say here not comma. We need to remove this comma. So here only nav bar active, and then dot nav bar hover. So the color is going to be the coral. It's a orange color. Let me now refresh and show you. Now if I hover over these buttons, the color will be orange, which looks amazing. Next, let's work on the eye, which is these. We need to add some space because, as you can see, they are very close to one another. So we need to add some space. To add some space to these, I'm going to say nav bar I, and then I'm gonna add, first I'm gonna change the font size. So the font size is gonna be 1.2 rem, and I'm gonna also change the padding and the transition. So the padding is gonna be 0 top and bottom, and 0.7 pixels right and left. For the transition, I'm gonna add a transition. So the transition is gonna be 0.4 seconds ease. And then finally, I'm gonna add a font weight and cursor. So font weight, the font weight is gonna be 500, and the cursor pointer, because I want to, whenever I hover over it, I want it to be shown. So as you can see here, if I hover over it, it will be different in terms of the color. And by the way, if you font weight, if you remove the font weight and refresh back, it will, as you can see, it will be filled. And if you add the font weight and refresh, they will be empty. So you can add the color. You can add the color by just removing the font weight if you want. Finally, I'm going to increase the space further. So I'm going to add some space here. I'm going to say margin left. So the margin left is going to be 5px. And let me refresh. And as you can see, there will be some space. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the design of this area. So first of all, here in the index, below this navigation bar, I'm going to add a comment. I'm going to say here, home. This is going to be the home section. And I'm going to create a section here. And I'm going to give this section an ID called home. And then inside that section, first we need a div. And for this div, I'm going to give it a class. And let me just keep this class empty for now. And then inside, and I'm going to be telling you why I kept this empty for now later. You will understand why, because I want to explain something very important when it comes to design later. Inside this div, I want to display h5, and I want to display h1, and I want to display also a paragraph, and I want a button. Now for this h5, I'm going to display, let's say here, new arrivals, all capital letters. And then for the h1, I'm going to say here, best prices for best, let's say best prices for best or for the best quality, or this year, or whatever you want, this season. Let's say best quality this season, this best prices this season. And then for the paragraph, I'm going to display the following text. I'm going to say here, the shop offers the best products for the most affordable prices. Whatever you want to display here. And then for the button, I'm going to say shop now. Let me save and let me refresh here and show you that it's going to look like this. Of course, the design needs a lot of things. We need to work on the design to make this look better than this. So let's work on the design. The first thing that we need to work on is obviously the home. So we have an ID called home, and we need to work on this ID. So let me Let me head on over to the style.css. I'm going to head on over to the style.css, and then here I'm going to start working on the home. So the home is the home here is an ID, therefore I'm going to say hashtag home because it's an ID. And then I'm going to first change the background color. I'm going to say background color, background image actually. I'm going to add an image. I'm going to say image and then URL. And then I'm going to get this image later, but let me keep this empty for now. And then I'm going to change the width. The width is going to be 100% because I want it to take the complete screen width. And the height is going to be a specific height. The height is going to be 100 VH, and it depends upon the height of the image. So I'm going to be using an image that is smaller than this, so I don't have to worry about the height. The background size is going to be cover, which means that it's going to cover the background area. The background position is going to be 90%, but let me work on this later because I want to explain something important. If I do this now, you will not understand. So let me get the image first. So I have this image, and in order to add this image, you need to open up the images folder. So I have this image, and in order to add this image to your project, you need to drag this image and drop it onto the images folder, and make sure that this image is inside the images folder. And it's recommended to get an image that has a high resolution and it's big enough to cover the complete width. So this is the image. Now in the CSS we need to use this image in the background image. So in order to use it, we need to say here ... because the style.css is inside the CSS. Therefore we need to get one step back to the assets, and then we need to get into the images. Therefore we need to say ... and then / images, and then / the name of the image. So the name of the image is back.jpg. Now let me save and let me refresh, and as you can see the image is going to look like this. But we need to work on this image further. First of all, the man's face is completely hidden because it's behind the navigation bar. So we need to shift this image toward the bottom a little. And to do this, we need to change the background position. So I'm going to change the background position X, which is the right and left, and the Y as well. The Y is the top and bottom. So for the X, I'm going to say 90px. This is going to shift the image. Let me refresh and show you that the image will be shifted a little to the right side. If I say Y, if I say background Y, position Y, 80px, now the image will be shifted towards the bottom, and the man's face is part of it is apparent now, but the image doesn't have the complete man's face. So the image is completely being displayed now. Now what we need to do is that we need to display these things here in this area. And to do this, we need to change the display here to flex, and the flex direction to be column, and finally the justify content is going to be center. This is going to center the content in the column, and the align items to be flex start. Let me show you what this is going to do. Now if I refresh, these elements, as you can see, will be displayed on the left side, but in the center, because I said center and flex start, which is going to be displayed from the start. However, we want to push this a little to the right side, and to do this we can use the container class. The container class is going to let the image, this image, and this text be displayed on the exact start point. Let me show you. If I say here container, what's going to happen? So I'm going to say here container, and I'm going to say also here I'm going to say, instead of container fluid, I'm going to say just container. So here container and here container. Now if I refresh, as you can see, they will start from the same exact point. So the starting point is here, and here the starting point is here. Now our website looks amazing. The other thing that I wanted to do is that I want to shift that man to the right side a little. I want to shift the image. I should say to the right side a little. To do this, you can increase the position, the background position X to say 120. Now, if I refresh, as you can see, a little, but it's not very clear. It's not very clear because I didn't change this a lot. You can say, for example, 200px. If I say 200px, the image will be shifted more. You can control this by this by the position, the background position. Next, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to display this best prices in another color, and to do that, prices into a span. I'm going to say span, and then I'm going to say here best prices, and then I'm going to remove it from here. And in the style.css, now let's work on this. So to change the color, I'm going to say home, and then span, and the span color is going to be coral. Refresh. Let me save first, and let me refresh one more time. And as you can see, the color is going to be different. So here the color is orange, whereas the color here is black. Let's now work on this button. So for the button, let's add here a design. So I'm going to add the design of the button right here. Here I'm going to say button, because I want the design to be the same for all buttons that I have. But I'm going to change later. I might change some designs of some colors, but basically most buttons will have the same exact design. Therefore, I'm going to say here font size, and then 0.8 rem for the font size of the button. For the font weight, I'm going to increase the font weight. So the font weight is going to be 900. For the outline, I'm going to remove the outline. So the outline is going to be none. The borders as well, I'm going to remove all borders. I'm going to say border none. We don't need any borders. I'm going to also change the background color. So for the background color, for the background color, I'm going to use this color, which is a degree of the black color. Next, I'm going to change the color of the text itself. So for the text, I'm going to use the Alice blue color. I'm going to add padding, and I'm going to change the text to uppercase. So for the padding, I'm going to adding top and bottom 13, whereas right and left 30. And the text transform is going to be uppercase, so that all letters will be displayed in uppercase. The cursor is going to be pointer, and finally the transition. So the transition, again, the transition is the amount of time you need in order for the button to be completely displayed on the screen. So it takes, let's say, 5 seconds, 0.5 seconds ease, which means that it's going to happen within half of a second. Let me show you that now what's going to happen if I refresh. As you can see, this is the button, and this is how it's going to look like. So the transition happens super fast. You will probably not notice this because it happens super fast. So this is going to be the design for the button. However, I'm going to add a hover effect to the button. So I'm going to say here button, and then I'm going to say hover. So if I hover over the button, I want to change its color. So if I hover over the button, I want the color to go orange. I'm going to say coral or orange. I'm going to say coral. Now if I refresh, as you can see, the color will be orange. Or you can change the background color itself. So instead of changing the color, I'm going to say background color. And now the background color is going to be, as you can see, it's going to be orange. I think this is better. I think this looks better. The next thing that I'm going to be working on is the here. Remember, I added the font. I just wanted to show you that this font depends upon your design. If you want to use this pop-ins like me, you can do this. But if you don't, you can remove this. And if you remove this, the design is going to be different. As you can see, the texts are going to be different. But I prefer to use this. I like this pop-ins. It gives the design, the text a better look. I think it looks better. So the font that you are using can be different. It doesn't have to be this one. There are so many fonts given by Google. You can use one of them, or you can use someone from the built-in font families. For example, here we have the Impact. Let me show you what the Impact is gonna look like. So the Impact would look like this. So you can choose your font family. If you don't want to use the pop-ins like me, you can change that and use another one. Now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna be working on the section that's gonna come after this, which is gonna be a bar here that's gonna display brands, different brands from the brands that we have in our website. So here, what I'm gonna do in the HTML, first I'm gonna add a comment, and then I'm gonna add brand. I'm gonna say brand because this is gonna display the brands that we have. So for this section, I'm gonna create a section, and I'm gonna give this section ID, and the ID is gonna be just brand. And I'm gonna give it also a class. The class is also gonna be the container class. And inside that section, I want to display a row. I want you to say dev, and then I'm going to give it a class called row. So what this row does is that it divides the page into rows and columns. And you can divide the page into columns up to 12 columns, because Bootstrap divides the page into 12 columns. And you can display something on each one of these columns. Or you can let an item take a specific number of columns. For example, you can divide the page into 3 columns, where each item is gonna take 4 columns, a maximum of 12. And this is gonna be clear once I finish. Here, I'm gonna add images. So the first image, I'm gonna say here image, and then I'm gonna give this image a class. First, a class called image fluid, which is gonna make the image responsive. This is a Bootstrap class. Next, I'm gonna say column large 3. So this is going to let the image take 3 columns out of 12, which means that for each single row there will be 4 columns. There will be 4 columns because each one will take 3. For medium screens, I'm gonna say column medium. For medium screens, I'm gonna let each column take 6. I'm gonna let each image take 6 columns, which means that 2 images will be displayed per column, per row. For small screens, I'm gonna say 12, which means that only 1 image will be displayed in case the screen is small. Only 1 image will be displayed per row. And the source is going to be equal to assets / images, and then / the name of the image. So I'm going to say here brand 1.jpg, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and we have 4. So again here, column large 3 means that each image will have 3 columns. Each image will take 3 columns. And since each image will take 3 columns and we can only have 3 we can only have 12 columns per row. There will be 4 images per row if the screen is large. If the screen is medium, 6 columns for each item, which means that 2 images will be displayed per row. If the screen is small, only 1 image will be displayed per row. Let me now save and show you how it's going to look like. So here, as you can see, it's at the bottom, but the problem is that they aren't being displayed here because I didn't add the images yet. Let me add the images. So I'm going to open up the images folder, and then I have these images. I'm going to drag these images and drop them onto the images folder. So we have this, and this, and this, and this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have this. So we have 4 images, we have 4 logos. These are the 4 logos that I'm going to be displaying. Now the names are brand 1, brand 2, brand 3, brand 4, JPEG. So here you need to make sure that the names are brand 1, and then brand 2, and then brand 3, and then brand 4 .jpeg. And now if I refresh, the images will be displayed like this. It looks amazing. As you can see, we have these brands, and each brand will be displayed on will take 3 columns. So this is 3, 3, 3, 3, which means 12. In case the screen is small, only 1 image will be displayed. In case the screen is medium, 2 images will be displayed. So this is the power of using Bootstrap. It gives you a control over what you want to display per row and per column. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the design of the navigation bar, but when the navigation bar is in a small screen here, in the small screen, if you click on the navigation bar, as you can see, the design doesn't look good. So let's work on this. So in order to work on this, I'm going to head on over to Bootstrap. I'm going to head on over to CSS. So in CSS, we need to add the following code here. So since this design is only applicable to small screens, we need to add it in media query. So I'm going to say here media at media only screen and max width is maximum width is 990px. So what does this mean? This means that the design that I'm going to add inside here will only be applied to screens that to the design when the screen is 990px or smaller. Maximum width, the maximum width is 990. Beyond this, if the screen is greater than, if the screen is too big, the design is not going to take effect. It's not going to work. So this is what I mean by using this code. So here, in case the screen is small, I'm going to say .nav buttons, which is this, this nav buttons. So these nav buttons, we need to remove the margin. So I'm going to say margin 10, because we have already given this buttons, nav buttons. Remember, at the top we have given the nav buttons 60%. So we pushed margin left 60%, and we need to remove this by here changing the margin to be only 10px. Now if I save and refresh and click here, as you can see, the margin will only be 10. Let's also fix the design here further. So for these, I'm going to say here .nav buttons UL, and then I'm going to change the margin. The margin is going to be 1 rem, and the justify content is gonna be flex start. So they are gonna be from the left, start from the left. And the align items is gonna be also flex start. Finally, the text align is gonna be left. For these icons, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna say dot nav buttons and then ul and then dot fas, because these two items have a class called fas. So here I'm gonna say margin and then 20px, 5px, 10px, and 20px. So margin 20px from the top, margin 5 from the right, margin 10 from the bottom, and margin 20 from the left. And here I said nav buttons ul because the fas class is located inside the ul of the nav buttons, because this class fas is inside this ul, which is inside the nav buttons. Let me now click on file and then save all. Let me refresh. As you can see, it looks amazing. Now we have a better space, and the design for small screens is going to look like this, where there's a space from the left, from the right. Everything looks amazing. Now I'm going to be working on the next section, which is going to be a section for displaying 3 cards. Each single card will display a new product in our website. So here I'm going to create a new section called new, and then I'm going to here say section, and then for this section first I'm going to give it, as usual, I'm going to give it an ID. I'm going to say ID, and the ID is going to be new, and I'm going to also give it a class, and that class is going to be width 100. And inside that section, first I'm going to divide that section. I'm going to use the raw to divide that section into 3 columns. So I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to give this div a class, the raw class, to divide the page into a row that consists of 3 columns. And I'm going to remove the padding and the margins. So I'm going to say P0 and M0. P0 means that I don't want any padding, and M0 means that I don't want any margins. And these are bootstrap. All of these are bootstrap classes. Next, I'm going to display the first column. So for the first column, I'm going to say dev class, and I'm going to give it first a class called 1, which is my class, and then I'm going to give it bootstrap classes. First, column LG4, and column medium 12, and column small 12, which means that for large screens, 3 columns will be displayed per row. For medium screens, only 1 column will be displayed per row. For small screens, only 1 column will be displayed per row. Finally, I'm going to remove the padding. I'm going to say here P0. And then inside that div, I'm going to display an image. I'm going to say image, and then I'm going to say source, and then I'm going to give this, I'm going to first give this image a class, a bootstrap class called image fluid, which is going to make the image responsive. And for the source, I'm going to say assets, images, /1.jpg, and I'm going to get that image later. Below the image, I'm going to display a section, and I'm going to give it a class called details. And for this details, I'm going to display 2 things. I'm going to display a text that's going to be displayed in H2 in title 2. Here, let's say extremely awesome shoes. And then below I'm gonna display a button, and for the button I'm just gonna say shop now, and I'm gonna give it a bootstrap class called text upper case. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and refresh. And as you can see, we have one column. Let's display two columns here on in the middle and on the right side. So to do that, we need to copy this part. Let me here say 1, and this is the end of 1. So here I'm going to say 2, and then I'm going to say here 3. And I'm going to copy this and paste it here and paste it here. So for 2, let's display a different text. I'm going to say here awesome anything you want to display. Here I'm going to say 50% off. And for the images I'm going to say 2, and I'm going to say here 3. So we have 1, 2, 3. And let me add the images. So I have here 3 images. I'm going to drag these images and drop them onto the images folder. So we have 1, 2, and 3. So these are the images. And let me now head on over to the browser and test. So now in the browser, as you can see, we have 1, 2, and 3. But the problem is with the images, they don't have the same sizes. Let me work on this. So first of all, this image is too small. We need to replace this with a bigger image. So I have another image. Let me add this image and test with this image. Let me test this image, and I think this image is bigger. As you can see, it's bigger. However, we still need to work on the size, because some images might be greater than others. Therefore, we need to work on the design of these images. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to head on over to CSS, and I'm going to work on the design of these images. First of all, I'm going to work on the new section. Remember, we have here this new section. In the HTML, we have this new ID. So in the CSS, in the style.css, I'm going to add here the new. I'm going to say new. And then for this new, I'm going to say dot 1, and then image. And remember, this 1 is for this and this and this. So the image is going to be, this image refers to all images that are inside this inside one class. So for the image, we need to change the width and height. I'm going to say width. The width 100% and the height 100%. Now the images should have the same size. So the images should have the same size, and I think they look great now. The next thing that I'm going to work on is that I'm going to add some background position. I'm going to change the background position. So the background position is going to be center, because I want to center the images. I'm going to say background position center, and the background repeat is none. Background repeat none, no repeat, and the background size cover. Now let me refresh, and as you can see, it's going to look great. Next, we need to work on the position of this one, of the complete div. So for the complete div, I'm going to say here new dot one, and I'm going to give it a position relative. And I'm going to display this the button and the text inside or above the image. To do this, we have to change the details section position. Remember the details, this details is below the image. And in order to display the details above the image, we need to give the details here. We need to say new and then dot one and then dot details. We need to change the position. So I'm going to change the position to absolute. And the top is going to be 0, and the left is also going to be 0. Whereas the color, I'm going to change the color. The color is going to be barely wood. And the font weight, I'm going to change the font weight to be bold. And transition 0.4s ease. And I'm going to give it also opacity of 0.8 and background color. Background color. So the background color is going to be a black color. I'm going to say RGB 111. And that's it. Let me save. Let me show you what's going to happen now. Now what happens is that the text and the button will be displayed above the image. And they will be displayed inside this section, but we want this section to be extended and to take the complete size as the image. And to do this, we need to increase the width and height. Therefore, I'm going to say here width 100%, and the height is also 100%. So this means that this black area will take the complete, will take the same exact size and will take the same exact height and width as the image. Now let me refresh, and as you can see, it's going to look like this. But let's decrease the opacity a little. I'm going to say opacity 0.7. So this is the opacity. Opacity is a little. You can decrease the opacity even to 0.5. So as you can see, you can decrease and increase the opacity. And also we need to move the text and the button to be displayed in the middle. So in order to do that, we have to change the. Let me here show you what I'm going to do. We have to change the details. We have to change the one class. This one class, because this one class contains the button and the text. Therefore, what I'm going to do here is that for this, I'm going to say new, and then 1, and then nth child 1 dot details. What does this mean? This means that I'm accessing the first child of the one, which is this child, which is the details. So I'm basically accessing the details of the first child. So in other words, I'm accessing this. I'm accessing the first details. So for the first details class, which is this text, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the display. The display is going to be flex. Display flex, and the justify content is going to be center. This is going to center the text, and the flex direction, the flex direction is going to be column, whereas the align items is going to be start. Align items is going to be flex start. Flex start. And finally, the text align is going to be start. Now, if I save and refresh, the text will be displayed on the left side, in the middle, vertically. In the middle, in terms of the vertically, it's going to be in the middle, but horizontally, it's going to be on the left. As you can see, it's going to be vertically, it's going to be in the middle, because I said here center, the justify content center, and the aligned items is flex start, and the text align is start, which means that it's going to be displayed on the left side. And if this is not clear, you can increase the opacity. Here the opacity could be 0.8. Now if I say 0.8, it's going to be darker and the text will be displayed better. So let me now work on these. So for these, I'm going to be displaying the second one. I'm going to display it in the center of the screen, in the center of the element. So it's going to be centered vertically as well as horizontally. Whereas the last one, I'm going to center this vertically, but I'm going to display it on the right side. So to do this, I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to paste it 2 times. So the second time, the first time 1 nth child 1. The second time nth child 2, because we want the second time we want to access the details of the second child. So the details, this is the first child, this is the first one, this is the second one, and this is the third one. So if I say the second nth child, I'm accessing these details. So for these details, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say here align items center, and the text align is also going to be center. For the one nth child 3, this is going to be 3. I'm going to say align items flex end, and the text align is going to be end, or left, or left. You can say or right. You can say right. Let me show you now what's going to happen if I refresh. As you can see, if I refresh, this is going to be centered vertically and horizontally, and this is going to be centered vertically, but it's going to be displayed on the left side, and this is going to be centered vertically, but horizontally it's going to be displayed on the right side. And whenever you hover over these, whenever you hover over the buttons, the button will turn to an orange color. Also, I'm going to add a hover effect to the card itself, to the object itself. So to do this, remember we have the details. We have this details. We can say here, we can say new, and then .1, and then details, and then I'm going to say hover. So upon hovering, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to say background, and then I'm going to change the background color to, let's say, let's select a color. Let me here say corn silk. Let's try this one. So if I refresh, as you can see, if you hover, this is gonna look like, this is how it's gonna look like. And I think it looks amazing. I think the color is great. This color is just great. Or you can even select another color, because this is very bright. We need a color that works well with this with the text color. So you can, for example, use the dark gold Denrod. I think this one would look amazing. I think this one is better. I think this one is better. So you can use this or the other one. So I'm gonna go back to the old one, to the one that I chose first, which is the corn silk. I think the corn silk looks amazing. Now let me refresh, and I think the corn silk looks amazing. Now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna work on a section called featured, which is gonna display featured products. So first of all, here I'm gonna create a new section. I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna add a comment first, and then I'm gonna say featured, and then featured, and then I'm gonna create a section here. I'm gonna say section, and I'm gonna give this section an ID, and the ID is gonna be featured. And then inside that featured, we need a div. We need here to create a div, and for this div, I'm gonna give it first a class called container, which is as usual. This class is going to add container is going to add a padding and margin from the right and left. And I'm gonna also say here text center because I want to center the text center. But let me work on this later because I want to show you how these classes are gonna affect the design. And inside that div, first of all, I want to display here I'm gonna say h3, and then I'm gonna say our featured products, or just our featured. And then I'm going to display HR, which is a separator. It's just a separator. And below this, I'm going to display a paragraph. Here below this HR, I'm going to say P. And I'm going to add here some text. I'm going to say, here you can check out our new products or featured products. Featured products. Let me save and let me refresh. So if I refresh, as you can see here, it's being displayed here. But first of all, I want to display this in the middle. Therefore, I'm going to say here for this container, I'm going to say text center. Text center. And I also want to add margins from the top and from the top and bottom, and from right and left. And that can be done using the margin top 5, which is a bootstrap class, and the padding y, which is going to add a padding from the top and bottom. And also I'm going to add padding and margin to the section itself. So for the section itself, I'm going to say class, and then I'm going to say my5 and pb5. So this is a margin 5 to the top and bottom, and this is for the bottom. This is padding to the bottom. pb5, pb-5. Now let me show you the difference. As you can see, it's going to be displayed in the middle, which looks amazing. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the featured products. So to do that, I'm going to create the products. And to create the products, we need a div. And we need to give this div a class called raw in order to create a raw that will contain several products. So I'm going to say raw here, and inside that raw, first I'm going to create the first product by creating a div, and I'm going to give this div a class called product, which is going to be my class that I'm going to work on shortly. And I am going to say column LG3, which means that each product will take 3 columns out of 12 if the screen is large. If the screen is medium, I'm going to say column MD, and then 4, which means that each product would take 4 columns out of 12 if the screen is medium screen sizes. For medium screen sizes. For small screens, I would say here call SM12, which means that for small screens each product would take 12 columns, 12 out of 12, which means that if the screen is small, only one product would be displayed. So inside the product, we need an image for the product. So I'm going to say image, and I'm going to give it also a class. The class is the image fluid, which is a bootstrap class again, and the margin, I'm going to give it also margin bottom 3. And I'm going to say here source, and I'm going to keep this empty for now. Shortly, I'm going to add an image. Below the image, we want a text. So I'm going to create a div for that text, and I'm going to say here, let me use, instead of the text, instead of div, I'm going to say here h5, and for the h5, I'm going to give it a class, and that class is going to be p name, and here I'm going to display the name of the product. So let me here say sports shoes, and below this I'm going to use the h4 to display the price. So I'm going to say here h4, and I'm going to give it a class, and that class would be named p price. And then I'm going to say here, I'm going to type a price. Let me say here this price, and below I'm going to display a button. I'm going to say here button. So for this button, I'm going to say buy now, and I'm going to also give it a class buy now. Let me save, and let me head over to the browser, and let me here name it, instead of buy now, let me say buy button, because otherwise I wouldn't know that this is a button. Buy button. Let me now save and refresh, and as you can see, the product will be displayed here, but we still need to work on the design. So first of all, we need to add margin and padding. So to add a margin and padding, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add margin and padding to this div, to this raw itself. The raw itself, I'm going to say mx auto. So this is going to center each product. So it's going to add here some space here from the left and right, so that it will be centered. However, it will be centered, but also there will be here space, and this is going to be applied to the raw itself. It's not going to be applied to each product, so it will look amazing shortly. When I refresh, you will see what this is going to do to the raw. And I'm going to also give it a container. I'm going to say here container fluid, which is going to also add some space. Container fluid. This is a bootstrap class, which is going to add some space from the right and left, and make sure that the things will be displayed perfectly. And for the texts, I want to center the texts, and to center them, we need here to say text center. This is going to center the text. So this is for this part. And for here, we want, let me check this one here. We need text center. We need to center this, and we need to add margin. We added margin. Everything is perfect. Let me save and let me refresh now. And as you can see, it's going to look amazing. It's going to be displayed here. Now what we need to do is that we need to display the image. So I have some images, and let me show you the images that I have. So I have this folder which contains some images. I'm gonna add these images to my project. So here I'm gonna open this, and then I'm gonna open the images. And for the images, for this section, we have the featured. So I have here 4 featured images. I'm gonna move each one here to this images folder. 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4. So we will have 4 images. Now what I'm going to do is that, let me close all of these. Let me close down all of these tabs. Here we need to say source, and then for the source I'm going to say assets / images / featured 1 JPEG. Let me now save, and let's head on over to the browser to test. So as you can see, it's going to look amazing. Now we have only one product, but we want to create here 3 other products. So to do this, we don't need to do anything special. All we need to do is that we need to copy this part and paste it 4 times, paste it 3 times because we already have one. However, I'm gonna here, before I do this, I'm gonna display here some stars. So stars for reviews. So to do this, I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna create here a div called that has a class called star. I'm gonna say class star, and then I'm gonna use a font awesome star. So I'm gonna say here I, and then for this I, I'm gonna give it a class, and that class is not a bootstrap, it's a font awesome class called FAS font awesome, and then FA font awesome star, and then I'm gonna repeat this 5 times because I want to display 5 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let me show you how this would look like. As you can see, we have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, which looks amazing. So this is for this section. Finally, I'm gonna repeat these 4 times, and then I'm gonna work on the design. So in order to repeat these, we just need to copy this part. We need to start copying from here. So from here, I'm gonna copy from here, and then I'm gonna paste this 1, 2, and 3, and I'm gonna change the images. So the first image is featured 1, the second image is featured 2, and the third image is featured 3, and the last image is featured 4. Let me now save and let me refresh. And as you can see, we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, and they look amazing. Now I'm going to work on the design. So I'm going to head on over to CSS. Let me open up CSS. And in CSS now, we need to start working on the design. So remember, we have a class called container. We have a class called product. Remember, we have here a class called product. This product. So we need to work on this. This product is the div that contains the complete product. So here at the bottom, I'm gonna here add a comment, and then I'm gonna say product. So for the product section, I'm gonna say here dot product, and then first I'm gonna give this product a cursor. I'm gonna say cursor pointer, which is gonna make this pointer, which is gonna make the item clickable. Cursor pointer will make this icon clickable. Whenever you hover over it, it's gonna be clickable. So this is for the product, and I'm gonna also give it margin bottom. So I'm gonna add here some margin because I want this margin for the in order not to interfere with the next section. So I'm gonna say margin bottom to rim, and then I'm gonna work on the image. I'm gonna say product image, and the image, I'm gonna give this image a transition of 0.3 seconds all. And upon hovering on the image, I'm gonna say here product, and then hover. If I hover over the product, I'm gonna change the opacity of the image. So I'm gonna say image, I'm gonna say product hover, which means that if I hover over the product here, the image will have a different opacity. I'm going to say here opacity, and the opacity is going to be 0.7. Let me save and let me now head on over to the browser and refresh. And if I hover, as you can see, the opacity will be 0.7, which looks amazing. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on these buttons. And I'm going to change a few things about these buttons, and I'm going to add an awesome effect that you will see shortly. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say dot product and then buy button. Remember, we have the buy btn, which is this. We have this button, buy now, which has a class called buy btn. So now for this buy button, I'm going to change the background color. So I'm going to say background color, instead of black, I'm going to use this color, FB77 4B, which is an orange color. And I'm going to add a transform y, translate y 50px. And then I'm going to also give it an opacity of 0. And I'm going to give it a transition. So the transition is would be 0.3 seconds all. Now, if I save and refresh, you'll find that the button is gone. These buttons are gone. So why did I do this? The reason why I did this is because I want these buttons to be displayed only if I hover over the product. Otherwise, I want these buttons to be hidden. So to make these buttons appear, if I hover over the product, I can here say product, and then hover. If I hover over the product, what I want to happen is that I want the buy button to be displayed. So to make this button to make the button show up, I'm going to say transform and then translate y 0. If I say 0px, now the button will go from 50px y, which is the y-axis, all the way to 0, which is its original location. So it's going to go from initially it's going to be at 50, and then it's going to go to the to its original location. And I'm going to also change the opacity to 1, because if you don't do this, the button will be hidden. Opacity 0 means that the button will not be there. It's not going to show up. 1, it means that it will have just the original opacity. Let me show you now what's going to happen. So if I hover over the product, the button will show up, and if I hover outside, the button will not be displayed, which is awesome. So this is for the button. Another thing that I want to work on is this separator. So for this separator, I'm gonna here say HR, and then I'm gonna give it first a width. I'm gonna decrease the width to only 30px, because as you can see here, it takes the complete width of the element of the parent, and I only want it to take a small width. And I'm going to also change the height to be 3px important, because I want to override the original design. Also, I'm going to give it opacity 1 important, and I'm going to change its background color. I'm going to use the orange color that I used earlier, which is this color, FB77 4B. Let me now save and let me refresh, and as you can see, it's going to look like this. But we want to move this from the left side to the middle. How can we do this? To do this, it's super simple. You can use the HR. You can use the here. You can use a bootstrap class called MX Auto. This class would center the HR. Let me now show you this. As you can see, the line will be centered. Finally, I'm going to work on these stars. So instead of black, I'm going to display them in gold color, in yellow color. So I'm gonna say here star, because we already have a class called star here. Star, this class star. So here I'm gonna say star, and then for the star I'm gonna give it first a padding. I'm gonna say padding 10 top and bottom, and 0 left and right. And for the star, I want to change its color. So first I'm going to change the font size. I'm going to change its font size to be 0.9 rem. However, I'm going to give it a color that's gold. I'm going to say golden rod, which is a yellow, kind of a yellow color. Let me now save and refresh, and as you can see, it's going to look amazing. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create here a banner below this section. So here in the index.html, below this, let me close this because it's here, this takes a lot of space. So I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to create here a new, I'm going to add here a comment, and then I'm going to say banner. And then here I'm going to create a new section, and I'm going to give this section ID. The ID would be banner. And then inside that section, we, as usual, we need a div. And for this div, I'm going to give it a class, the container class container. And I'm going to here add, inside it, I'm going to add some text. I'm going to here say h4. Let me say mid season sale. And below this, I'm going to display some text. I'm going to say h1, and then I'm going to say autumn collection. And I'm going to add a break because I want the text to be displayed below. The remaining of the text, I want it to be displayed below. I'm going to say up to 30% off. And below, I'm going to display a button. Here, I'm going to say button. And for this button, I'm going to give it a class. And that class would be text uppercase. And here, I'm just going to display on the button shop now. And for the banner, I'm going to give it a margin and padding. I'm going to say class my5 and py5. So this is going to give it margin top and bottom 5, and padding top and bottom 5. And these are bootstrap classes. And let me now save, and let me head on over to the browser and refresh. And as you can see, this is the banner. And of course, this is not a banner because we don't have an image. So we need to display an image in the background. Similar to this, we have already done this, but this is going to be different. The difference is that this is going to be smaller, and also it's going to look, it's going to be kind of scrollable, where the image will be scrollable. So the image will remain inside the section. It's not going to go away if you scroll. Let me show you what I mean. After I finish this design, you will see what I mean. So remember here, I have given this section an ID called banner. So in the style, we need to create this ID and work on the design. So in the CSS here, I'm gonna here say ID hashtag banner, and since we already have the design of the home, we can copy the design from the home section, from the home element. Remember, this home, we can copy this code. Let me copy this code, and then let me paste it here. Let me paste the code here in the banner. And we need to change the image, but I don't have an image now. I'm gonna change the image later. Therefore, I'm gonna keep the same exact image, and later I'm gonna change the image. And we don't need to change much. The only thing that we want to change is that we need to change the X and Y positions. So for the X position, I'm gonna say center, because I want the image to be centered horizontally. For the background position Y, I want this to be 80%, 80px. So there is no problem with this. Another thing that I want to do is that I want to remove the repeat, because I don't want the image to be repeated. Therefore, I'm going to say here background repeat, no repeat. And the attachment, this is what's important here. Let me here say background attachment and show you what this is going to do. This is going to, if I say here fixed, this is going to make the image attached to the element. You will see this shortly. Let me now save, and let me before I save and test, let me work on the designs of the texts. But let me first test, because I don't want to work on other things and forget showing you this. So let me refresh and show you how it's going to look like. So as you can see, this is how it's going to look like. It's going to be the image is not going to go away. It will always be inside that section. As you can see, looks amazing. But we need to change, as I told you, the difference between this and this is that, first of all, the height is too large. Here the height is too large, and here it's attached to the element. So we need to decrease the height. Here I'm going to say height, instead of 100, I'm going to say only 60. 60, only 60 here. Now let me refresh and show you the difference. So as you can see now, it's going to only take 60 VM from the screen height, which looks amazing. Let's also work on these texts. So in order to work on these texts, we need to say here banner, and then H4. We have the H4. I'm gonna change the color. I think the H4 color looks good, so we don't need to change this actually. Let's change the color of the H1. So for the H1, let me check one more time. We have this H1 and we have this. Let's change the color of the H1 here. I'm gonna say here color, and I'm gonna use the coral color, and here this is the color. Let's also work on the button. So for this button, I'm gonna say here banner, and then button. So for this button, I'm gonna change only the background color. I'm gonna say background color, and the background color is gonna be the orange color that I used earlier, which is this color. So now, as you can see, it looks amazing. It looks now amazing. And let's also add an effect to it. I'm gonna say here banner, and then button, and then hover. And if I hover over it, I want the background color to go black. This color. So let me now show you how it's going to look like. So as you can see, if I hover over it, it's going to look like this. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the next section, which is going to display which is going to display other products other than the featured. So here, what I'm going to do is that below the banner, I'm going to create another section here, and let's say here clothes, and then here I'm going to create a section. And instead of working on this from scratch, we can copy the code from the featured, because the code is going to be very similar. Therefore, I'm going to copy this code from the featured, and then I'm going to paste it in the clothes here. And I'm going to change only a few things. First, I'm going to remove here the padding bottom. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to change the text here. I'm going to say dresses and coats. And here I'm going to say, here you can check our clothes. And the images are going to be different. So I have these images again. I have here 4 images for the clothes section. So I'm going to say, I'm going to open this folder, and then I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to drag and drop these images onto the images folder. Here I have this, and then I have this, and this, and this. So I have here 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me now close these down, and then let's change the images. So here in the HTML, we need to change here, instead of featured, I'm going to say clothes 1, and here clothes 2, and then clothes 3, and then clothes 4. Let me save and let me check this out in the browser. So as you can see, this is the dresses and coats section. Looks very, very awesome. And it has the same exact design as the featured. The only difference is only a padding here. I removed the padding, but this is not very important. I just changed this to make this different from the featured. It's a little different, but it looks now amazing. So now what we need to do is that we need to work on the next section, and in the next section I'm going to display the shoes. Therefore the section is going to be similar to the clothes. Therefore I'm going to copy the clothes here, and then I'm going to create here a new section. Here I'm going to say shoes, and then I'm going to paste the code. However, there will be a few things different. First, I'm going to here say, instead of dresses and coats, I'm going to say here shoes. And then here I'm going to say, here you can check out our amazing shoes. And here the images, we have here the clothes images. We need to replace these images with the shoes. So I have these images, so I'm going to add them to my project. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to drag these 4 images, 1, and I'm going to drop them onto the image. So we have these 4 images. And let me save. Let me click here on File, and then Save All, and let's test that in the browser. So in the browser now, if I refresh, we should have a new section, shoes, and here we have a problem. The problem is that I need to change the name of the images. So here in the shoes, we need to say here shoes 1, and here shoes 2, and then here shoes 3, and then finally shoes 4. Now let me save and test one more time. And now, as you can see, we will have the shoes being displayed here, and they look amazing. So now that we are done with this section, the next section is going to be for watches. So what I'm going to do is that, again, I'm going to copy the same exact code because the code is going to be similar. I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to here say watches here. Let me first close this, and let me kind of shift this because I want everything to be organized. Here I'm going to say watches. And then for this watches section, first we need to change the ID. So the ID here is going to be watches. And by the way, the ID for the shoes here, it must be shoes. The ID here must be shoes. Here the ID is watches. And then here I'm going to say for the watches, I'm going to say best watches. And I'm going to change the text here. And lastly, I'm going to add the watches. So I have here, again, I have these images, 4 images. I'm going to drag them and drop them onto the images folder. So I'm going to drag these 4 images here, 1, and then I'm going to drop them 1, 2, 3, and 4. And make sure that you are adding them into the images folder. Make sure that they have been added to the images folder. Finally, we need to change the names here of the images. So in order to do that, we just need here to say for the watches section, we need to say watch 1, and then watch 2, and then watch 3, and watch 4. Watch 4. And let me save and let's test. So now we should have all of the watches. So as you can see, we have here all of these watches. However, I think this image is too large. Therefore, I'm going to replace this image with one of the images that I already have. So let's replace it with 1, because I think the image itself is too large. So here it's going to look like this. It's important, by the way, it's important to select images that have the same size. Because if you select images that are different in terms of the size, they could take much bigger space and the website is not gonna be consistent. However, you can edit the width and height of the images using CSS. However, some images would have a better resolution than others, and I don't want that. Therefore, it's important to select images that already have same sizes. So this is for the watches section, and here we have the shoes section. So now we are done with the main content of the website. So now what we need to do is that we need to work on the footer section of the website. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to here create a footer. So at the end here I'm going to create a footer. I'm going to here say footer, and then I'm going to create here a footer. I'm going to say footer. So for the footer, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to divide the footer into 4 sections. Each section will contain and display some different information. So for the footer, first of all, I'm going to give the footer itself a class. Here I'm going to say class, and the class is going to be margin top 5 and margin and padding y 5. Padding y means padding from the top and bottom. And inside that footer, first I'm going to create a div, and that div will have the bootstrap class, the raw bootstrap class, in order to divide the column, in order to divide the row into columns. So I'm going to say raw, and I'm going to give it the container class. But let me add these classes later because I want to explain something important when it comes to design. Then inside that div, I'm going to create another div, and for this div we need to give it the column class of bootstrap, because this is going to be the first column that's going to be displayed in the footer. So I'm going to say column large 3. So it's going to take 3 columns out of 12 in case the screen is large. In case the screen is medium, it's going to take 6 columns. In case the screen is small, it's going to take 12 columns. And I'm gonna also give it here a class called footer 1 because this is the first part of the footer. Inside that div, what I'm going to display is that I'm going to display an image, and I'm going to say source assets and then / image and then / logo .jpg. However, I don't have the logo yet, so I'm going to add the logo later. Below the image, I'm going to display a paragraph about the website, about the business or the website. I'm going to say here class, and I'm going to give it also margin top 3, and I'm going to say here, so I'm going to type here some text, and this is the first section. This is the first div. Below this, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to display links. So in order to do this, I'm going to create another div. So I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to paste it here. And instead of displaying image and paragraph, I'm going to remove the image and the paragraph. And instead of the image and paragraph, I'm going to display h5, and then I'm going to say here, first I'm going to give it a class, margin, padding, bottom 2, and I'm going to here say inside I'm going to display links. So in order to display, first here I need to type the text. Here I'm going to say featured, and below this I'm going to display the links. So here I'm going to use the unordered list, and I'm going to give it a class called uppercase. This is going to make text uppercase. This is going to make all letters displayed in capital letter. So inside the unordered list, I'm going to display LIs. LI, and I'm going to say here href, and then I'm going to say here min, and I'm going to copy this and paste it 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because we want to change this text. So now we are done with this section. The next part is that I'm going to display the contact us section. So before I display the contact us section, let me save and show you how this looks like. So let me here refresh and show you so far how it's going to look like. So as you can see, this is how it's going to look like. This is the first column, this is the second column, and then I'm going to display two more columns. But of course, don't worry about the design, because I'm going to work on the design shortly. But what you need to know for now is that the page has been divided into 4 columns, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let me now add another div here. I'm going to copy this div, and then I'm going to paste it here. And then inside that div, we want to display the contact information. Therefore, I'm going to say here h5, and for this h5, I'm going to give it a class called pb, which is going to add a bottom, which is going to add padding to the bottom. And then I'm going to just here say contact us. Below this contact us, I'm going to type the contact information. So below this contact us, I'm going to create another div. And for this div, I'm going to fill this div with the contact information. First, I'm going to say h6, and I'm going to say class text uppercase, and I'm going to say address. So this is the address. Below this H6, I'm going to display the address. So here I'm going to say paragraph, and let's type here an address. And after the address, we need to display the phone number. So for the phone number, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna here paste this. And instead of displaying address, I'm gonna say phone. And then let's display a phone number here. So here I'm gonna type the phone number. I'm gonna here type a phone number. And then let's also display something else. Let's display the email address. So below the phone number, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it below, and then I'm going to display the email address. I'm going to say here email. And then here I'm going to type an email. Next, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to display a few images from customers, and this section is going to be called Instagram. So below this div, here, specifically here, we want here to create again this let me copy this, and this is the end of this. So here it should be here. Let me paste this, and then let me close the tag, and then inside what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna display images. First I'm gonna here say h5, and I'm gonna again say margin, class, padding, bottom 2, and then I'm gonna say Instagram. And this section is going to contain images. It's going to just display a few small images. So here I'm going to say div, and then these images will be displayed in rows and columns. Therefore, I'm going to create another class called raw, and inside that class, I'm going to create images. I'm going to say image, here image, and for the first image, I'm going to say source is equal to, and then assets /image, images /footer 1 .jpg. However, I don't have the image yet, therefore I'm gonna keep this like this, and then later I'm gonna add the image, and I'm gonna give this image a class. So the class is gonna be image fluid, and I'm gonna give it width 25 and height 100 and margin 2. And I'm going to copy this image, and then I'm going to paste it many times. I'm going to here copy it, and then I'm going to paste it 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need like 4 or 5 images. Let's keep it 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is for this section. Let me save, and let me show you how this is going to look like. So if I refresh, as you can see here, we will have, this is the first column, and then this is the second column, the third column which contains the information, and then the last column which contains the these small images that are that have been taken by customers. Lastly, I'm going to display the copyright section, which normally comes at the bottom, at the very bottom of the web page. Therefore, here below this, I'm going to create a new div that's going to display the copyright area. So below this div, let me show you this. This div belongs to this row. However, this is going to be outside the row. So outside this row, outside here, but inside the footer, we need to create a new div. Here I'm going to say div, and for this div, first I'm going to give it a class. I'm going to say here class copyright, and I'm going to give it a class called empty 5, which is margin top 5. Inside the div, I want to create a raw div, and then I'm going to say here class raw, and then I'm going to also give it container and margin right and left auto. And inside that div, I want columns. I want to display 3 columns. So for the first column, I'm going to say div here, div, and I'm going to say class is equal to column large 3. For large screens, it's going to take 3 columns. For medium screens, it's going to take 6 columns. For small screens, it's going to take 12 columns. And I'm going to give it also margin bottom 4. So inside this first column, I'm going to display an image, and this image will display the payment image. So I'm going to say here source, and then assets, and then images, and then I'm going to say payment.jpg. Again, I don't have the image yet, but later when I add the image, this is going to look amazing. Next, I'm going to display, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it below, and then I'm going to display the copyright text. So instead of image here, I'm going to remove this image, and instead of this image, I'm going to say P for paragraph, and then I'm going to say here e-commerce, and then I'm going to display the copyright, and then finally, let me first save and show you this before we continue. So if I save and refresh, you'll find that here we'll have, here this is the image, it's empty, and then we have this copyright, and here I'm going to display another part that's going to display font awesome icons about social media icons. So below this, I'm going to copy first I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it below this. However, now I'm going to be using font awesome. So for this, I'm going to remove this paragraph, and then I'm going to add font awesome icons, and these icons will be inside a tag. So I'm going to create the first a tag, and the href is going to be hashtag empty, which means empty. And then I'm going to display Facebook icon, and Instagram and Twitter, all these social media platforms. I'm going to say here class, and the class for Facebook is FAB, font awesome B, and then FA Facebook. And then I'm going to copy the same exact link, and then I'm going to paste it here, 1 and 2, and let's keep it just simple, 2, 1, 2. So the first one is going to display Facebook icon, the second one is going to display Instagram, and the last one is going to display Twitter. Let me now save, and let's head on over to the browser and test. So as you can see now, we will have these icons being displayed here. However, I don't want this text to be divided. I want this page, I want this text to be displayed in one line rather than 2 lines. And to do this, we can here give this a class called text no wrap. This is gonna make the text displayed in one line. So let me here show you this. If I refresh, as you can see, the text will be displayed only in one line. It's not going to be divided into 2 lines. And also what we want to do is that we want to give this a margin. I'm going to say margin B2, and here margin 4. We are good with this, and that's it for this section. Let me test one more time. So I think this section is complete. And I'm going to work on the CSS of this section. But before I do this, let's work here a little. Let me here fix a few things. First, as I told you here, we need to add some space. And to add some space from the left and right, we can here go back to this section, to the footer section at the top of the footer. And remember, I told you that I'm gonna tell you about a very important thing about the design, which is the container class. Here for this row, which represents this area, if I give this row a container class, container, and if I give it also margin right and left auto, and if I give it margin top 5, guess what's gonna happen? Now if I refresh, the design is gonna look amazing. First of all, a space will be added here from the left and also from the right, and also a space will be added at the top because I said here margin top 5, and here margin right and left will be auto, which means that this section will be displayed in the middle of the screen. So this is exactly what happened. And now this section, now in terms of the CSS, in terms of the HTML, it's complete, and we just need to work on the CSS part of this. So now what we need to do is that we need to work on CSS of the footer area. Therefore, I'm going to open up the style.css, and then here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to here create the footer. I'm going to here say footer, and for the footer, let's give this footer a background color. I'm going to say background color, and the background color that I'm going to be using is a black color, this color. Let me save and let me show you how it's going to look like. So as you can see, this is the color. Now we need to change the text. So for the text, I'm going to say here footer and then h5, and for each h5 we have, I'm going to change the color. So the color is going to be white. So I'm going to say here D8, 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 which is a it's not really a white color, it's close to the white color. And I'm going to also give it a font weight of 700, and I'm going to also give it font size. I'm going to change the font size to be 1.2 rem. So this is for the h5. For the li, remember we have these li's, these li's, these li's, again these li's. Let me show you where they are. These li's, not these links. So for these links, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna say here footer and then li, and then I'm gonna change the padding. I'm gonna say padding bottom 4px. So now if I refresh, you'll find that there will be more space. And then let's also work on the a tag. So for the a tag, I'm going to say footer li a tag, and then I'm going to say font size. I'm going to change the font. I'm going to say font size. So the font size is going to be 0.8 rem, and I'm going to change also the color. So the color, instead of blue, remember here it's blue, and it doesn't look good. So let's change the color to the white color or gray color. I'm going to use the gray color, and also I'm going to remove the line below these links. I'm going to remove these lines. So I'm going to say here text decoration none. Now let me show you how it's going to look like. So as you can see, it looks now much better. Let's also add effects to these buttons. So what I'm going to do to add effects, I'm going to say here footer and then lia and then hover. If I hover over one of these buttons or links, I'm going to change the color. So the color is going to be white if I hover over one of these buttons. I'm going to use this color. So now let me show you the effect. So if I hover over one of these, as you can see, the color is going to be whiter, more white. So this is for this for these a tags. But for the a tags inside the copyright, remember inside this copyright, we have these a tags, and these a tags are these tags. So we need to work on the design. We need to add some space, and we need to change how they look. So to do this, I'm gonna here say footer and then copyright, because we have a class called copyright, which is this class, remember, which is this class, this copyright class. And then I'm going to say a tag. So for the a tag that's inside the copyright, I'm going to change first the color. So the color is going to be black. And then I'm going to change the height and width. So for the height, I'm going to give it a height of 40px, height 40px, and width is also going to be 40px. Why? Because I'm going to display them inside circles. So I'm going to also change the background color. So the background color is going to be white, and I'm going to add them in circles. To display them in circles, first we need to change the display to inline block. Next, we want to use the border radius. I'm going to say border radius, and for the border radius, I'm going to say 50%, which is going to create a circle around these icons. And I'm going to also change the text align. The text align is going to be center. Text align center. And I'm going to also change the line height. I'm going to say 38px. Lastly, I'm going to change the transition. I'm going to add the transition. So for the transition, I'm going to say 0.3 seconds ease. And lastly, I'm going to add a margin. So for the margin, I'm going to say 0 from top and bottom, and 5 from right and left. Let me now save, and let's head on over to the browser to test. You'll see that these will be displayed inside circles. Let me refresh and show you how awesome this is. As you can see, these will be displayed inside circles. Now let me also add a hover effect to these. So I'm going to say here footer, and then copyright, and then a tag, and then hover. So if I hover over one of these, what I want to happen is that I want to change the color. So the color is going to be white. And the background color is going to be orange. So I'm going to say background color, and then I'm going to change the background color to the white color, to the orange color. Let me now save, and let me refresh and show you how awesome this is. So as you can see now, if I hover over these, the color will go from white to orange, which looks amazing. Lastly, I'm going to change the contact information here, the color of the contact information. So remember, the contact information is displayed inside paragraphs. So for these paragraphs that are inside the here we have the footer. So I'm going to say here footer, and then P, and then I'm going to say color. So the color is going to be white. Let me now save, and let me refresh, and the color will be white. As you can see, the color is going to be white. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the color of the navigation bar. If you look at this navigation bar closely, you'll find that the navigation bar is not actually white. It's gray. It's a very light gray color, and I want the navigation bar to be white. To do this, we can quickly use a bootstrap class here. Instead of, remember here, instead of bg light, you can see bg white, and this is gonna whiten the navigation bar quickly. As you can see, the navigation bar is now white. Now it's white. And what I'm gonna do next is that I'm gonna add here a shadow to the navigation bar, so that we can recognize the navigation bar from the page itself when scrolling. And also it's gonna look, it's gonna give a better look, and it's gonna give a the website a great look when we add this. So let me add this shadow. So to add this shadow, we can here say, first let me show you the navigation bar. This is the navigation bar. So the navigation bar has a class called navbar. So we can use this navbar here in CSS. We can say dot navbar. We actually have already, remember, if you scroll up, you'll find that we already have this navigation bar right here. We have this navbar, so we can add the code here. So for this navigation bar, we can add box shadow. This is gonna add a shadow to the navigation bar. So the shadow is gonna be from top, it's gonna be 0, and from bottom, I'm gonna say 5px and 10px. 5 and 10 px. So this is for the x-axis, it's going to be 0, so right and left. For y-axis, which is the top, which is the bottom, it's going to be 5, and for the z-axis, it's going to be 10. And the color for the shadow is going to be this color, RGBA. So the color that I'm going to be using is a gray color 000 and 0.1. So this is a very dark gray. It's close to black actually. Let me save and show you what's gonna look like. So as you can see now, there is here a shadow. As you can see, there is a shadow. There is a shadow. You can see the difference now. You can distinguish between the borders of the navigation bar and the page itself. So it's clear that the navigation bar, the borders of the navigation bar are these, and the page is behind, kind of behind the navigation bar. So this now looks outstanding. So now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna add this image to the website. So here I'm gonna add the payment image to the images, and let me now refresh, and as you can see, it's going to be displayed here. However, we need to resize this because we want this to be displayed to be very small. We don't want it to be like this. So to do this, remember this image exists inside the, if you scroll to the footer, you will find that the image is inside the copyright. So I'm going to say copyright here, footer copyright, footer image, footer dot copyright image. So the image is going to be, I'm going to give it a width and height. So the width is going to be, let's display only 20% of that image for the width. Let me now save and refresh, and it's going to be very small. As you can see, this is what I want. However, I think 30% or 40% would be better. Let's say 30%. So 30% would be like this. I think 30% is going to be great. So this is the image for the payment. I think now it looks amazing. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the rest of the images. So we need first to work on the logo, and also we need to work on the banner. So we need to add another image. So let me add these, and also in the footer we need to add here the logo and a few images here. So I have here a folder for these images. I have these images. First I have this banner. I'm gonna drag this banner and drop it here onto the images, and I also have the logo. I have this logo. Let me drag this logo and drop it onto the images, and let's now add these. So this is the logo that I'm going to be using. So now what I'm going to do is that here in the style.css, first of all, for the banner, I'm going to change the banner from back to banner. I'm going to be displaying this image. I'm going to be displaying this image instead of the back image. I'm going to say here banner.jpg. Now let me refresh and show you how it's going to look like. So first of all, because I have added the logo has been displayed, but I'm going to work on the logo shortly. For the banner, as you can see, this is the banner will be displayed here, but we need to change the color here because it's not, I don't think the color looks good with this banner. So I'm going to change the banner here, the banner text to white. So instead of saying color, remember we have this banner color coral, I'm going to change it to white. So I think white would look much better. So if I say white, it's going to look better. Also, the above the this text, we need to change this text. So if I go back to the index, we have the banner. Let me show you this. We have this banner, So we have this mid-season sale. So we need to change the H4. Therefore, I'm going to say here banner, and then H4, and then I'm going to say color, and the color is going to be white. Let me now show you this. So the color is going to be white, and now it looks better. Now let's work on the logo. The logo now is being displayed here, and also in the footer we need to display it here. But it's too big, therefore we need to add a class to resize this this logo. So I'm going to head on over to CSS, and then in CSS I'm going to create a class here. I'm going to create a class, but before I create the class, let's add that class to the index. So in the index here, in the navigation bar, I'm going to here say image, I'm going to say class, and I'm going to give this image a class called logo. And also in the footer, if you scroll to the footer, you'll find that we have this image. We have the image right here, this image. So for, actually not this image, this is for the payment, so it must be this one. It must be this one, so this one, logo. We need also to give this image the same class, which is the logo. I'm going to say logo. So let's work on this logo class. Here in the style, I'm going to create I'm going to say logo. I'm going to say here dot logo, and for the logo we need to resize the image. So I'm going to give it a width of 40 px and height also 40 px. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and refresh. And now, as you can see, the logo is going to be much smaller. Also, in the footer, we have a problem. In the footer, we have here to say assets, images, not just images. Assets, images, logo.jpg. Now, if I refresh, the logo will be displayed here as well. Here, this navigation bar, if you find that this nav bar is shifted to the right, is too much shifted to the right, you can decrease the margin. So at the top, remember I have here said margin left 60. You can decrease this if you want to shift this navigation buttons to the middle. So if you say here, for example, if you say 40%, the navigation buttons, these buttons will be shifted to the middle. So you can control this for some reason if you want your design to be like this. But I liked the buttons to be displayed on the right side. Another thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to display the brand name here. So if you want to display a brand name, you can here say below the image in the navigation bar below the image, you can here say H2, for example, and then you can say you can give it first a class, brand, and then here let's type the brand name. So for example, I'm going to say here orange, and then let's work on the class, on the brand class. I'm going to say here dot nav bar, and then dot brand, and then I'm gonna change the color first. I'm gonna say color coral, and next I'm gonna say margin. I'm gonna give it a margin. So the margin is gonna be 3px top and bottom, and 5px right and left. Finally, I'm gonna change the font size. So the font size would be 1.5 rem. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and show you the difference now. So this is the brand name. As you can see here, it says orange, of course. This is just a brand name that I came up with right now, but you need to type a brand name, your brand name. As I told you here, the problem is that the navigation bar now, because we have here the brand name and the logo, the navigation buttons has been shifted to the right, and we don't want that. Therefore, I'm going to decrease here, I'm going to decrease the margin left to say 50%. So if I decrease this, now it will be shifted slightly to the right. So I want it to be like this, or at least, or I can increase it a little. So for example, 55 I think would be perfect. So 55 is perfect. Now it's perfect. Finally, we need to work on the images. At the bottom here, we have 5 images. So for these images, you can add new images, or you can use some of the images that we already have. So I'm going to be using some of the images that we already have. For example, I'm going to say here featured 1, featured 2, and featured 3, and featured 4. And finally here, let's say here we have I think clothes 1. Let me save and let me refresh and show you now that these images will be displayed here. As you can see, these are the images that will be displayed here. So now our website, our main page is complete in terms of the images and also in terms of the design. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new page, which is the shop page. So the shop page is going to contain all products that we have. So the shop page is going to have a navigation bar, the same navigation bar of course, and also it's going to have the footer. But the content is going to be different. So the content is going to be all the products that we have in our e-commerce shop. So first of all, here I'm going to create a new file. Make sure that you are in this area. And then I'm going to create a new file called shop.html. And since the code is going to be similar, I'm going to copy some code that we already created in the index, from the index. So I'm going to head over to the index, and from the index, first I'm going to copy this part, the body, from the beginning all the way to the opening tag of the body. And then I'm going to paste it in the shop. And here in the shop, I'm going to change the title. I'm going to say here, shop. Here I'm going to say shop. And here I'm going to say in the index, I'm going to say instead of document, I'm going to say home. The next thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy the lower part, which is the script and the closing tag of the body and the closing tag of the HTML. So I'm going to copy these 3, and then I'm going to paste them in the shop. So in the shop here, I'm going to give myself some space, and then I'm going to paste these 3. So now this is the shop page. Let me save and let me open the shop page. So in the browser, I'm going to go instead of index, I'm going to say here shop.html. And as you can see, the content is empty. So we need to add here the navigation bar. So I'm going to head on over back to the index, and then in the index, I'm going to copy the navigation bar. I'm going to close this navigation bar, and then I'm going to copy the navigation bar, and then I'm going to paste it in the shop. So I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to save, and I'm going to test this. Let me refresh. And as you can see now, we have a navigation bar in the shop.html. We have this navigation bar. Let's also add the footer. So I'm going to again head on over back to the index. And from the index, I'm going to go to the footer. Remember, this is the footer. So I'm going to close the footer. and then I'm going to copy the footer code, and then I'm going to paste it here below the navigation bar. I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to save. Let me close this. Let me close it, and let me also close the navigation bar one more time. So we have here the nav bar, and we have the footer. Let me now click on File and then Save All, and let me here refresh. So the shop now will have the following. It will have the navigation bar and it will have the footer. However, we want to add content. So the content is gonna be products. So remember, if you go back to the home page, you'll find that we have here products. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna display all of the products that we have. So instead of displaying 4 products, I'm gonna display so many products, almost all the products that we have. Therefore, I'm gonna copy the code from the index. Remember, if you go to the index one more time, you'll find that we have the featured section, which is this. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna paste it between the navigation bar and the footer. I'm gonna paste it here. And now if I save and head on over to the browser and refresh, and let me go now to the shop. I'm gonna go to the shop.html. So now in the shop.html, you'll find that we have navigation bar, and we have 4 products, and we have the footer. And we don't want to display only four products. Instead, we want to display all of the products. So how can we do this? How would we do this? To do this, we can copy. Remember, we can copy these products in the shop here. We have this row, and inside this row we have these products. So you can copy these products from here all the way to this, and then you can paste that once, twice, and 3 times. Now if you save and refresh, you'll find that we will have now so many products. As you can see, we will have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we have 16 products, and we can add as many products as we want. But we need to work first on the design. So as you can see here, we have a problem with the design. The design, the area here, the starting area of the products is behind the navigation bar. So we need to push this in order to be displayed below the navigation bar, not behind the navigation bar. And to do this, we can here increase the margin. So here I'm gonna remove the I'm gonna add here, instead of margin, instead of padding bottom, I'm gonna say padding Y. If I say here padding Y, this is going to fix this problem. Let me here. As you can see, if you scroll, you'll find that the navigation, the text will be displayed below the navigation bar. Another thing that I want to do is that I want to display this text on the left side instead of the middle. And to do this, we can here remove this MX auto. I'm gonna remove this auto, and I'm gonna remove also the here we are. I think we are good here. There's no problem. Let me refresh, and this will be displayed on the left. But we need to add classes to display these on the left side. So we can. So here we can remove this text center. If you remove this text center, the text is gonna be displayed on the left side. So the text is going to be displayed, as you can see, on the left side. Another thing that I want to do is that here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the images. So we have here featured 1, featured 2, featured 3, and then featured 4. Let's use other images. So we have so many images. Let me here say clothes 1, and then clothes 2, and then clothes 3, and then clothes 4. And I have other images as well. I'm going to add more images because I want our website to have so many different varieties. So I'm going to here open the assets and then the images, and then I'm going to drag and drop these images. So I have this image, and I have this, and I have this, and finally I have this. So we have 4 more images. We have featured 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm going to add these to, I'm going to display these in the shop. So in the shop, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say here, I'm going to say, remember we have here, instead of featured 1, I'm going to say here, featured 5, and featured 6, and featured 7, and then featured 8. And if I save and head on over back to the browser and refresh, you'll find that we will have different images now. As you can see, we have here 4 more images. And we have a variety of images, which now is better. We can also change the images in the third row. So in the third row, you can here you can say watch 4, and then watch 3, and then watch 2, and finally watch 1. Now you will find that we will have unique images. So all images are different, except for this image. I think again is too big. Therefore, I'm going to teach you a way to make sure that all images have the same exact size. So to do this, I'm going to here in the shop here, I'm going to create a style tag, because I don't want to change the main design. So only in the shop I'm gonna add a few different things. Therefore, we don't need to create another style sheet file. We just can add the few changes here in a tag called style. So here in this style, remember the products, these products, let me close this. These products are inside the product class. So we can access them using the product. And we need to edit the image size. So we can say product image. So I'm going to say here in this style, I'm going to say dot product and then image. And then I'm going to change the width and height. The width is going to always going to be 100%. However, the height is going to be auto. And the box sizing is going to be border box. And finally, the object fit is going to be cover. That way, all images will have the same exact size. Let me show you now that all of these images will have the same exact size. So as you can see now, all images have the same exact size. But again, the problem is that some images might originally be small, such as this one is originally small. So this is the only problem that we will have. So my recommendation is to use images that are already big in order to avoid this problem. Also, the resolution might be a little low for some images that are originally small. So you need to take these into account, but I think our website is perfect. Finally, I'm going to add links to the shop and to the homepage, because if I click on home, nothing is going to happen, and if I click on shop, nothing is going to happen. So in the navigation bar in the shop.html, in the navigation bar, I'm going to say here, for the home, I'm going to say index.html. And for the shop, I'm going to say shop.html. Similarly, for the index here, I'm going to say in the navigation bar, I'm going to say home index.html. And for the shop, I'm going to say shop.html. Now let me save everything, save all, and let me refresh. So now if I click on shop, it is just going to refresh the page. If you click on home, it's going to take you to the home page, and from the home page, if you click on home, it's just going to reload the page. And if you click on shop, it's going to take you to the shop page. So now we have the links also activated. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add pagination to this page. So here I'm going to add pagination where there will be here a bar that displays the number of pages we have, where each page will contain a few products, will contain like 16 or more products. So let me show you how you can do that. First of all, in the shop.html, at the bottom, at the end, above the div, above this div, and below the last product, which is this product, the last product, below the last product here, I'm gonna use Bootstrap to create that pagination. So I'm gonna say here nav, and then I'm gonna give this nav first uh, uh, area label. I'm gonna say area label, page navigation example. And then inside that nav bar, inside that nav, we want to use UL, unordered list, and convert this unordered list into a pagination bar. So in order to do that, we need to use a Bootstrap class called pagination. I'm going to say class and then pagination. And then I'm going to give this pagination margin top 5. And inside it, I'm going to display the number of links that we want. So I'm going to say li, and for the first li, I'm going to give it a class. I'm going to say class, and that class is going to be page item. And inside it, we want links. So I'm going to create here a link. And for this link, we want to give it again a class. I'm going to say class, and that class would be page link. And then I'm going to say here href, and for the first link I'm going to say previous. For the first link here I'm going to say previous. Here previous. And then I'm going to copy this link and paste it 5 times. I'm going to paste it here and here and here and here. And then the second one is going to be 1. The second one is going to be here 1. And then the third one is going to be 2. And then 3. And the last one is going to say next. Let me now save, and let's head on over to the browser to test. So in the browser, if I refresh, as you can see, we will have this pagination bar that's being displayed here at the bottom of the page, which looks amazing. And notice that it's important to add it above the section and above the div, inside the just below the last product. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a hover effect to the navigation, to the pagination bar. So here in the, remember the pagination has a class called, here, this is the pagination. So the pagination has a class called pagination, and inside it we have li and a tag. So what I'm going to do is that at the top we have the style. So inside the style, I'm going to say here dot pagination, and then a tag. So for the a tag, I'm going to change the color. So the color is going to be coral, but I'm going to change the I'm going to add the pagination effect. I'm going to say pagination li hover. So if I hover over the li, I'm going to change the a tag. So the a tag is going to have a color, a white color. However, the background color now is going to be coral, in case I hover over it. So let me show you how it's going to look like. Now if I test, as you can see, the color is going to be orange, and if I hover over one of these buttons, it will be displayed like this. Another thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the design here a little. So for For this feature, I'm going to remove the container fluid. I'm going to say just container. If I say just container, there will be more space from the right and the left. Let me save and let me show you the difference now. If I refresh, as you can see, there will be more space from the right and left. Also, we want to change the text here. So instead of saying here our featured, I'm going to say our products. Just our products. And here it should say our products. So I think now the page is complete and it looks amazing. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the single product page. So if you click on one of these products, nothing is going to happen. And of course we don't want that. We want to display, if user clicks on a product, we want to display the product in a single page and display information about that product and how to add that product to the cart and so many different things about that specific product that the user is interested in. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my project and then I'm going to create a new file. Here I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to click on this icon and then I'm going to create a new file called single product product.html. And since the single product.html will have the footer and header, it will have the navbar and the footer. We need to copy the footer and the navbar from the index or from the shop. Let's copy them from the index. So I'm going to open up the index, and in the index here, I'm going to start copying from the beginning here all the way to the body, first to the body, and then I'm going to paste it in the single product.html. Then we need to copy the lower part, which is these 3 lines. I'm going to copy these 3 lines. And then I'm going to paste them here. You need to give yourself some space here and then paste that code here. Now we need to display the navigation bar. So I'm going to again head on over back to the index and then I'm going to scroll up. So I'm going to scroll up and then I'm going to close this navigation bar and then I'm going to copy this navigation bar. I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to paste it in the single product.html. I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to close it one more time because we don't want to confuse ourselves. And then I'm going to copy the footer as well. So from the index, if you scroll down, you should find that we have the footer. So I'm going to copy the footer as well. And then I'm going to paste the footer below the navigation bar, but you need to leave here space because we need to add code here. So I'm going to here give myself some space and then I'm going to paste the footer. And then I'm going to close the footer as well. I'm going to close here this footer. So now we have the navigation bar and we have the footer. Let me click on File and then Save All. And let's test that in the browser. So now in the browser, I'm going to go to the single underscore product.html. And then I'm going to hit enter. And as you can see, we have the navigation bar as well as the footer. Now we need to work on the content. So the content will contain a single image with all its information. So the design is going to be like this. On the left side, I'm going to display the product image, and on the right side, I'm going to display information about the product, as well as a button to add to cart, and the quantity, and also the price. All of these things on the right side. So images will be on the left side, whereas information will be on the right side. So let's work on the design. So here in the single product.html, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new section here. I'm going to say here section. And then I'm going to give this section a class. I'm going to say here class, and that class is going to be single product. And I'm going to also give it margin Y, margin top and bottom 5, and also margin, also padding top 5. And inside that section, we want to divide the page into two columns. Therefore, I'm going to say here div, and then for this div, I'm going to give it the raw class because we want to divide the page into two columns. And I'm going to also give this this div a margin top 5. And inside this div, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create another div. I'm going to say here div, and this div will contain the image on the left side. So I'm going to first give this div a class, and that class is going to be column large 5 because we want it to take 5 out of 12 columns for large screens. For medium screens, I'm going to let this take 6 out of 12. For small screens, I'm going to give it 12 columns. That's it. Now inside this div, we want to display the image. So I'm going to say image, and then for this image, I'm going to say source. And let's use one of the images that we already have. I'm going to say assets, images. Let's use the featured one. And then I'm going to give this image a class. I'm going to say here class. First, I'm going to give it the image fluid, which is going to make the image responsive. I'm going to also give it a width 100%, 100, width 100%, so that it takes the complete parent size. Also, I'm going to give it padding bottom. I'm going to say PB1, padding bottom 1. Let me here save, and let me head on over to the browser and test. So now if I refresh, as you can see, we have this image. But of course we need to work on the design further because I want to display the image. I want to make this image smaller. But before I work on this, let's work on the small images because I'm going to be displaying the varieties of that product. So below this image, I'm going to display small images that represent the different varieties of that product. So below this div, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create another div, but it must be inside this div. It must be here. Actually below the image, not below the div, because we want the images to be displayed below this image, not below the div itself. So below the image, I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to give this div a class, and that class is going to be, I'm going to name it small image group. And for this small image group, I'm going to also create another div inside it, and I'm going to give this image also another class called small image column. And I'm going to display inside it one image. I'm going to say here image. And I'm going to give it here a source. And let's use one of the images that we already have. I'm going to say assets, images, featured to.jpg. And I'm going to also give it a width. I'm going to say width 100%. And I'm going to give it a class called small image. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and test. So in the browser now, as you can see, we will have one image. Let's now display other images. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this section, this div. I'm going to copy this div, and I'm going to paste it 4 times. I'm going to copy this, and inside the same div here below this, I'm going to paste it 1, 2, 3. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4. We should have 4 divs like this. Now let me change the images. So I'm going to say here featured 1, and then featured 2, and then featured 3, and then featured 4, and then here featured, let's use another image. Let me use the clothes one. Let me now save, and let me head on over to the browser and refresh. and we should have now other images. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have all of these images. Of course, we need to display these images below the product, the product that we want to display as varieties of that product. So they must be displayed here in small containers. So let's work on this. So in order to work on this, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create CSS classes. Therefore, I'm going to head on over to the CSS here, CSS, style.css, and then in the style, let's work on this. So I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and then let's work on this. So here I'm going to say small image group, and for the small image group, I'm going to remember this small image group is this one. It represents this small image group. It represents the div that contains all of the small images. So for this, we need to give it a display flex, and we need also to give it justify content space between. Let me save and let me show you what this is gonna do. So if I refresh now, as you can see, these images will be small, but they don't have the same sizes. So we need to fix their sizes. Therefore, I'm gonna work on the other class, which is the small image column. Remember, here in the single product, for each image, I have given each image a class called small image col. So here, in order to make all images have the same exact width and height, we need to say flex basis 24% or 25. And let's also give it cursor. It means that the image is going to be clickable. Let me now save and refresh. And as you can see, all of the images will have the same exact width and height. You might find some images a little bigger than others, and the reason is because some images are originally bigger in terms of the size than others. This is why I have always been telling you that you need to make sure that all of your images, all of your product images, have the same exact size. Otherwise, you will, even if you try to resize them using CSS, some images, because they are originally small, they will not look they will not fill the complete container. This is the only problem that we will have. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first work on the design further, and then I'm going to display the product information on the right side. First of all, in the single product, I'm going to give this section, I'm going to give it the bootstrap class, the container. I'm going to say here container. Why? Because if I give it the container, you'll find that if I refresh, you'll find that it will fit the screen perfectly. As you can see, there will be here more space, and the slider was removed. Now let's work on this area. Let's here display information about this product, such as the product details, the quantity, the add to cart button, all of these things. And to do this, remember below this div and inside this row, which is this div, we need to create another div. We need here to say div, and this div is going to have class, and that class will have column large 6 for large screens. For medium screens, I'm going to give it 12 columns. For small screens, you can give it 12. Let's give it 12. By the way, you can say here col 12 without saying SM, which means that by default it's going to be it's going to take 12 columns in case the screen is doesn't fit, is not considered large, and is not considered medium either, it will take 12 columns. So here inside this div, first I'm going to display h6, and then I'm going to say here home, for example, or men, let's say men, shoes, and then I'm going to display h3, and in this h3 I'm going to display the some text, let's say the category, for example, men's fashion, and I'm going to give this a class py4, padding top and bottom 4. Next I'm going to work on the price. So below this h3 we need to display the price. I'm going to say here h2, and then I'm going to display the price. Here I'm going to say price, any price you want. And then let me, below this price, I'm going to display the input, and that input will display the number of products. I'm going to say input, and inside this input we need to give it first a type. The type will be a number because this is a number, and value. The value is 1 because by default the user, we would expect the user to buy only one item, and therefore we need to say here 1. And below this I'm going to display a button. I'm going to say here button, and then for this button I'm going to say add to cart, and I'm going to give it a class. That class is going to be by button, which the button that we already have. And we can use another class if we want, or we can edit this class. I'm going to show you another method of editing the design of this button. But first, let me show you how this looks like. Now, if I refresh, as you can see, we have here, it says men section, men shoes, and then men fashion, and then here 155, which is the price, and then here the one, which is the quantity. Here you can increase the quantity and the add to cart button. But of course we need to work on the design, and also we need to display the details. So first let's display the details below this button. Below this button I'm gonna here say h4, below the button, and I'm gonna say here product details. Let's give this h4 plus margin top 5 and margin bottom 5, and below it I'm going to display the text. So I'm going to say here span, and inside that span I'm going to display the details. I'm going to say here the details, so this is just this text is just for the sake of testing, and later we can edit this text. Let me here click on file and then save all, and let me show you how this would look like. So if I refresh, as you can see, this is how it's gonna look like. However, we need to fix the design of this. Of course, the design is not that good. Let's work on the design. So I'm gonna head on over to the style.css, and in the style.css, what we want to do is that we want to work on the button, and we want also to work on the input. We need to fix the input. So I'm going to start by fixing the input. So the input here has a outline here colored in blue, and I want to remove this. To remove this, I'm going to say here single product. Remember the the big section class is single product. So I'm going to say here dot single product, and then I'm going to access the input. I'm going to say input, and then I'm going to say here focus, and then I'm going to remove the outline. I'm going to say outline none. Now if I refresh and here if I click here inside, the borders or the outline was removed. Let's work on the design of that input. So I'm going to say here dot single product, and then input, the input itself. Now let's fix the width. So the width, as you can see, the width is too big. We don't want this. We want it to be much smaller. So I'm going to change the width. I'm going to say here width. So the width would be only, let's say 50 px only. And then I'm going to change also the height to 40%, 40 px. And I'm going to change also the padding and the font. So for the padding left, we want to add padding left because as you can see, the number is very close to the left side, and we want to shift that number a little. Next, I'm gonna change the font size. So the font size would be 16 px. And finally, I'm gonna add margin right 10 px, because I want here some space. Let me refresh and show you how this is gonna look like. As you can see now, this input looks perfect now. The number is very clear and big enough for the user to see, and the box itself is very good in terms of its dimensions. This is for the input. Let's work on the button. So for the button, remember this button. The button, I'm gonna change the color of this button. So instead of displaying this button in black, I'm gonna display it in orange. So I'm gonna say here dot single product, and then dot buy button, and then I'm gonna work on this. Remember that we already have a class called buy button, but if I just access the buy button one more time without saying single product, this is gonna ruin the original design of the buy button. Therefore, we need to say single product and then buy button, or we can create a new class. So you have two options. You can create a new class called add to cart, for example, or you can use here single product and then buy button. So you can here, if you don't want to be confused, if you don't want to get confused, you can here say add to cart button. But add to cart button is going to be a very long word. Therefore, I'm just going to say buy button. So I'm going to say here buy button. But you need to know that this buy button, since I said single product, it's inside the single product page. Let's change now the background color. I'm going to say background color. So the background color is going to be the orange color that I have already used earlier. And I'm going to change the opacity to 1. I want the opacity to be 1. And I want transition of 0.4 seconds all. Let's save and refresh. And as you can see, it's going to be orange. Let's also change the hover. So I'm going to add a hover effect to it. I'm going to say single product dot buy button, and then hover. And I'm going to change this to, I'm going to change the background. I'm going to say background. So the background color, if I hover over it, let's use this color. So as you can see, if I hover over it, it's going to be like this. So this is how it's going to look like. I think it looks amazing, and you might think that this area is too big. It's not actually too big because we don't have here text, but when we have here a lot of text, it's not gonna be that big. So here, let me show you what I mean. So here, we need to add this text many times. So let me add this text 4 or 5 times. I'm gonna paste it here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we have a lot of text here, and we should have a lot of text that describes this product. As you can see, the area is it's not large because now we have a lot of text. So this is how it's gonna look like. Now what we want to do is that we want to display the related products below this. So in order to do this, we need to get the products, the code that we already have created. So if we go back, you will find that if we go back to the, remember, if you go back to the index, let me go to the index. So if you go to the index, which is the home page, you'll find that we already have this featured section. We can use this featured section in the single product to display the related products. So I'm gonna head on over to the index, and in the index, remember we have here the featured. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna close it first, and then I'm gonna copy it, and I'm gonna paste it in the single product.html below this section. Below this single, I'm gonna say here single product. So below this single product, I'm gonna paste this featured, and then I'm gonna change first. Here, instead of featured, I'm gonna say related products. Related products. And I'm gonna here say ID related products. Related products. And here I'm gonna say related products. And I'm gonna remove this paragraph. I don't need this paragraph here. And let me close this section, and let's save and head on over to the browser and refresh. And as you can see, we will have this related products displayed here, which looks amazing. Below, it's gonna be below this, below the single product area here. So now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna display the other images. If the user clicks on one of these images, we want to replace this image with one of these images so that the user will be able to check each single image of these images. So for example, if I click on this black bag, I want it to be displayed here instead of this shoes. So how can we do this? To do this, we need to use JavaScript. So first we need to give this image an ID. So remember, this image exists here in this single product section. This image. So this image, we need to give it an ID. I'm going to here say ID, and then I'm going to say main image. Main image. And we need to use JavaScript. So I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and here below this script, I'm going to create a script. I'm going to say here script. And I'm going to close the script. And now we need to access the image. So to access the image, we need to say document.getElementById, and then which ID that we used? This ID. Remember the ID that I have just given the image was this main image. So I'm gonna say here document.getElementById, and then main image. And we need to store this in a variable. I'm gonna say here var main image is equal to document.getElementById. by ID and then main image. Now what we need to do is that we need to replace this main image with one of these images upon clicking on one of these images. Therefore we need to make reference to these images. So in order to make reference to these images, we need to use the document get element by class name. So I'm going to say here document dot get element by class name, and then the class of these images, which is what is the class that is common among these images. Remember, the class that all of these images have is the small image column and also the small image. So we need to use the small image. We need to use the small image class. So let's use it here. I'm going to say get element by class name, and the class name that I'm going to be using is the small image. And then I'm going to store this in a variable. I'm going to say var small image. Now we need to use JavaScript to replace this with this. In other words, we need to replace this image, one of these images, with we need to replace this by one of these images. So I'm gonna take this down and add one of these images instead of this one here in this big area upon clicking on one of these images. In order to do this, we need to add click event to the small image. So I'm gonna say small image here. I'm gonna say small image dot on click if user clicks on one of these images. I'm gonna call a function here. I'm gonna say function, and this function is gonna replace the small image with is gonna take the main image down and add the small image instead of it. So I'm gonna say here function, and then I'm gonna say main image dot source now is gonna be equal to the small image of the first image, which has an index of 0 dot source. So let me walk you through the code one more time. The first line is going to make reference to the main image, which is this image, the big image. This get element by class name small image will return an array. This is going to return an array with the small images. So we have, how many images do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 images. Therefore, this is going to return 4 images with 4 indexes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So for the first image, the index is 0. So I'm going to test this with the first image. This function now is going to listen to clicks on the small image. So if you actually, I should here say the first image, which has an index of 0, because I'm testing on the first image. So if the user clicks on the first image, which is this image, the first small image, what's gonna happen is that the source of the main image will be replaced with the small image source. In other words, down, and this image will take the place of this image. Let me now save and show you how this is gonna look like, how this is gonna work. Let me save now, and let me here refresh, and let's test. So if I click on this small image, as you can see, it will take the place of the original image, which is amazing. Now the problem is with the other images. If I click on the second image, nothing is gonna happen. If I click on the third image, nothing is gonna happen. If I click on the fourth image, nothing is gonna happen. So we need to apply the same concept to all other images. And to do this, we need to copy this code and paste it here. And then here change this 0 with 1, because the second image has an index of 1. So we need here to say small image 1, and here we need to say small image 1. Now if I save and test, Let me save and head on over to the browser and test. And if I click on the second image, it's going to take the place of the original image. However, if I click on the third image, nothing is going to happen. So we need to repeat the same exact code. And this is not a good practice. Therefore, we need to use a for loop. So instead of repeating the code over and over and over again, here's where loops come in handy. So here I'm going to say for, and then let I is equal to 0, and then I is smaller than 4 because we have 4 images, and then I plus plus. And then inside this loop, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it inside this for loop. And let me push this code. Now, instead of saying small image 0, we need to say small image I. And here we need to say small image I. In other words, as long as I is smaller than 4, we will replace this I with 0 in the first iteration. In the second iteration, the I is going to be 1. In the third iteration, it's going to be 2. And in the fourth and last iteration, it's going to be 3. So this is going to, if I save, this is going to replace all images and put one of these images here upon clicking on any of these images. Let me now refresh and test with all images. So if I click on the first image, it's going to take the place of the original image. If I click on the second image, it's going to take the place of the original image. If I click on the third image, it's going to take the place of the original image. And of course, if I click on the last image, it's going to take the place of the original image. So now we are done with this functionality, which is amazing, and it's going to give the user an outstanding user experience.